What are you doing?
Well, I hope I didn't alarm you, old chap. I'm just taking gun prints.
This is the end. This time you've gone too far, Holmes. You can't turn this place into a shooting gallery. Gun prints.
Have you ever seen a gun print?
I've never even heard of a gun print. You'll kill somebody one of these days, Holmes. Parliament ought to pass a law against people like you.
Well, of course, gun print's just the name I've given it. Actually, it's the marks on the bullet left by the rifling in the gun barrel.
Ah!
Yeah, would you like to look at these two bullets under the magnifying glass? You'll observe that they have different markings, because they were fired by different guns.
I'm not interested, not in the least interested. The police will be here in a minute.
But you should be interested, Watson. You're interested in saving lives, aren't you?
Of course, but...
Well, look, this very little experiment may very well save a life someday.
How can firing bullets
now,
from here
wait a minute. Take the case of a man who is accused of murder.
I'd rather not.
The prosecution claimed that the bullets were fired from his gun.
They probably were. The man was guilty. I can see it all.
Yes, but if it can be proved that it was impossible by the markings, then an innocent man's life could be saved.
That's all very well and good, Holmes, but this flat is not the place to conduct these sort of experiments. How would you like it if I started to practice my surgery in the bathtub or on the kitchen table?
Could you manage it in the bathtub, do you think?
No, I give up. And now, if you're not keeping this appalling smell for experimental purposes, I will, with your permission, open the door. Holmes, I told you. I knew you'd gone too far. Now you have shot somebody.
Well, if I have, I shall have to certainly correct those guns for drift. That's fantastic. He seems to have some breath in him still.
No fault of yours if he has. Now, help me with him before somebody sees it. Really, firing off revolvers, brewing poison, frightening people. It's more than a man can stand, Holmes. Really, more than a man can stand.
Am I wounded badly, please? I'm a poor man. I can't afford a hospital.
No. You'll be all right in a minute. You've just fainted from something.
Something, you say? Didn't you hear what happened? I was outside, about to knock at your door, when suddenly I was attacked. Someone turned a revolver loose on me, bullets flying everywhere. I tried to fight back bravely, but there were too many of them, 6 or 7 at least, all firing guns.
I'll get you a glass of brandy.
Oh, thank you. You'd better call the police. They may try it again, whoever they are. Maniacs and foreigners, I'll be bound.
No. You're quite safe now. Those shots came from my revolver and were fired into that wadding over there.
You mean you were the one who...
Yes, I was just carrying out a little experiment. I must apologize for any shock I may have given you.
And no one is after me?
And not to my knowledge, Mr. Wilson. Here, will you drink this, huh?
Oh, thank you. You called me Mr. Wilson just now. How did you know that was my name?
Well, it's on your collar.
Very shrewd indeed, you're noticing my name like that. In fact, you've got exactly the kind of mind that could help me to unravel my mystery. That is, if you're willing to lend a poor man a hand.
Oh, yes, I owe you at least that. What is the mystery?
But perhaps you'll get a better idea of what it is if you read this first. There, it's in the wanted column. Read it for yourself.
To the Red-Headed League. On account of the bequest of the late Ezekiah Hopkins of Lebanon, Pennsylvania, USA, there is now another vacancy open which entitles a member of the League to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. All red-headed men who are sound in... Apply in person on Monday at 11 o'clock to Duncan Ross at the offices of the League, 7 Pope's Court, Fleet Street. Apply in person on Monday at 11 o'clock to Duncan Ross at the offices of the League, 7 Pope's Court, Fleet Street.
But what on earth does it mean, the Red-Headed League?
It is a little off the beaten track, isn't it?
I assure you I felt the same way as you when I read it. A vacancy for what, I asked. I'm a dealer in second-hand merchandise, and I believe in giving value for value received. And it certainly struck me as odd that somebody was prepared to give £4 a week for nothing. But young Spaulding took a different view of it.
Oh? Who is young Spaulding?
Vincent Spaulding. He's my assistant, and I couldn't wish for a nicer young man.
I see. Now, suppose you tell me the story as it happened, right from the beginning.
From the beginning? Yes, of course. Well, it all started 2 months ago when that paper came out. I was in the shop at the time. I'm there practically the whole of my time. I'm a widower and I've got little else to do. When young Spaulding came back from lunch.
Mr. Wilson, if you only knew how I wish that I had red hair like you.
Huh?
Don't believe it or not. Here is another vacancy for the League of Red-Headed Men.
The League of what?
Red-Headed Men. Surely you've heard of them, haven't you?
Oh, I'm afraid I don't get about as much as some of you young people do.
I should have thought everyone would have heard of the League of Red-Headed Men. Well, at least everyone who was eligible. Now, a man like you, if he were accepted, could make himself a nice little nest egg without hardly lifting a hand.
Vincent, I've told you before, there's one thing you've got to learn in life. Nobody ever gets anything except by the sweat of his brow. Value receives value. What is this Red-Headed League?
Take a look at this paper yourself. How I wish my hair would change color, really I do. What a nice little nest egg I'd make for myself.
Well, this doesn't make sense to me.
No? Will you see the name? Hezekiah Hopkins?
Yes.
Oh, he was an American millionaire. Very peculiar in his ways. He was red-headed himself and had great sympathy for all red-headed men. So when he died, he left an enormous fortune in the hands of trustees to make life easier for all red-headed men.
Oh, really? Yeah, red-headed men.
Uh-huh.
Oh, but I couldn't apply even if I wanted to. I've got the shop here to look after.
Well, that's the whole point. The work don't amount to anything. Absolutely nothing at all. It need not interfere with a man's other occupation.
Well, even so, probably millions of men would apply for it.
No, this is limited to Londoners and to grown men. You see, this American started off from London and I suppose wanted to do the old town a good turn. And then again, I hear it's no use applying unless your hair is a real fiery red.
Do you think my hair is red enough?
Oh, I've never seen any redder.
I could use the money. There's all sorts of repairs I could do, and... Vincent, I'm going to investigate this league. Lock up the shop. You're coming with me.
Yes, sir.
You're right. It is fiery red, isn't it?
Just let me handle everything. All right. Stand back, everybody. This is Mr. Hopkins' son. Go on, step back, or he'll see that you don't get interviewed at all. Mr. Hopkins, this way.
Thank you for applying, Mr. Emerson. Your name will be kept on file, and in the event you are chosen to fill the vacancy, I'll get in touch with you immediately.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. I do hope I win. My family and me could do with the money.
We shall see what we shall see, Mr. Emerson.
Thank you so much.
Are you the next applicant?
Yes, this is Mr. J.B.S. Wilson. Your search is over. He's willing to fill the vacancy.
Will you sit down, Mr. Wilson? I've never seen anything like it.
I told you, Mr. Wilson.
It's extraordinary, beyond belief. Congratulations. It would be an injustice to hesitate.
I've got the position.
You have. You will, however, excuse me for taking an obvious precaution. There are tears in your eyes. I perceive all is as it should be, but we have to be careful, for twice now we have been deceived by wigs, and once by paint. I'm sorry the vacancy has been filled, but thank you one and all for coming. My name is Duncan Ross. I'm one of the trustees in charge of the fund left by your noble benefactor. When shall you be able to embark upon your new duties?
Oh, well, almost any time, I suppose. Though I should mention that I have another business which will require some of my time.
Oh, so long as you're free to be here between the hours of 10 to 2, there'll be no objections.
Easy enough, Mr. Wilson. There's very little business during those hours, and what there is, I could take care of.
Oh, thank you, Vincent. I appreciate that. And what is the work?
Copying the encyclopedia. The Encyclopedia Britannica. You will provide your own pen, ink, and blotting paper, and copy it down word for word. Is that agreeable?
Well, yes.
Our only demand is that you remain in the office, or at least in building, during working hours. If you leave, you forfeit your position forever. The will is very clear from that point.
Well, it's only 4 hours a day. I shouldn't think of leaving.
No excuse will avail, neither sickness nor business or anything else. Here you must stay or lose your billet.
I quite understand.
Then, goodbye, Mr. Wilson. And again, let me congratulate you.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. The Encyclopedia Britannica.
Ah, you'll do a wonderful job of it, Mr. Wilson. I'm sure you will.
The first word was Archon. At the end of 8 weeks, I'd finished the A's and begun the B's. For this, Mr. Ross rewarded me every Saturday with 4 golden sovereigns. Yesterday morning, however, I got a staggering blow indeed. Mr. Milford?
Yes, what can I do for you?
What's happened to Mr. Ross?
Mr. Who?
Mr. Ross! Duncan Ross! In office number 4. He's gone. What's happened to him?
Just a moment, let me look him up in my files. Are you a customer of this, Mr. Ross?
I work for him. That is, I did up until this morning.
What did you do?
I copied the encyclopedia.
You copied?
The Encyclopedia Britannica.
Wouldn't it have been cheaper buying another encyclopedia rather than going to all the trouble of copying it?
You don't understand. That's the work the Red-Headed League required me to do.
Look here, my good man. If this is a joke, I fail to see the humor. If it isn't, it's my duty to inform you that office number 4 was rented temporarily to William Morris, an accountant. I never heard of Duncan Ross, nor the Red-Headed League in all my life, and I'm certain they never existed.
I got the home address of William Morris, but when I arrived there, it turned out to be a factory making ladies' unmentionables. No one had ever heard of William Morris or Duncan Ross.
My word, you really were on a wild goose chase, weren't you?
After that, I didn't know quite what to do. The whole experience was so embarrassing, I could hardly make myself tell it to Spaulding.
Then, quite naturally, you thought of me.
Oh, as I said before, I'm not a rich man. If I don't locate the League or find out what happened to them, I stand to lose £4 a week.
You don't stand to lose anything, Mr. Wilson. You can't lose something you didn't possess in the first place. And the story is probably a pack of lies in any case. Holmes. And if it isn't, you've no reason to complain. You're £30 richer by your experience, not to mention the invaluable knowledge you've gained on every subject under the letter A. If I were you, Mr. Wilson, I'd be quite grateful and forget about the whole affair. Good day to you, sir.
Well, I hardly expected this kind of treatment.
If you should discover a corpse at your second-hand shop in an old cello case, you're perfectly welcome to return. In the meantime, I have an experiment to conclude.
I'm going to find out if firing a gun in a house is illegal. If it is, you can rely on me to report you.
Holmes, what on earth persuaded you to behave like that?
Well, yes, it was rather unseemly behavior, wasn't it, Watson? But absolutely necessary, I assure you.
But why?
Well, if I tell him I was willing to take on his case, he'd probably give me away to the wrong party. Why burden him with the necessity of having to keep a secret?
Then you mean you're going to take the case?
I wouldn't miss finding out about the Red-Headed League for all the tea in India.
China, Holmes. Do you think it could be a prank, some sort of wild practical joke on Mr. Wilson?
Well, at £4 a week for 8 weeks, the joke would be on someone else.
It is a considerable sum, isn't it?
The case as I see it breaks down into two whys. I think I know the first why, but the second why eludes me.
Well, which is the why you know and which is the why you don't know?
Well, why was the League formed? Now, that's obvious. To keep Wilson out of the shop for a certain number of hours a day. But why is the why that I want to know?
Well, why is the why that you want to... I see. You mean somebody tried to get Wilson out of your shop in order to steal something from him?
No. The case is too elaborate to justify stealing from so small a shop as Wilson's. No, the reason is bigger than that. Bigger than any of us might imagine.
Now, you're not going to start shooting again, Holmes.
No, but I'm going to take this with us.
Us?
Yes, you're interested in the case, aren't you?
I'm a doctor, Holmes.
Well, all the better if someone should get hurt.
This started out to be such a peaceful morning, and an old friend of mine was coming from India, and we were going to spend the day together. And now look what you've talked us into, the Red-Headed League.
Yes, exciting, isn't it?
Seems to be nobody here.
I wonder where it could be.
I'll be right with you, gentlemen. May I help? I'm sorry, I was occupied in the cellar. I hope I haven't kept you waiting.
Not at all. My friend here is interested in making a purchase.
Anything in particular?
Anything in, well, you never know what you might, oh, what's that?
That?
Yeah.
That is a, oh yes, this is fascinating. This is it's the essential part of the structure of a wild boar trap.
No, really?
Yes.
By Jove, a wild boar trap, eh? How very interesting, now, and a very fine specimen as wild boar traps go.
Yes,
oh,
indeed.
yes, a very fine. Oh, indeed, reminds me of my day. There we were, all lined out in a row, as far as the eye could see.
Yes.
Down the hill came the enemy, and the Battle of Royal Burnett was on.
Yes, if you excuse me.
There we were, outnumbered 112 to 1. That was from the count after the battle, as you understand.
Yes.
Charge, they shouted, as down the hill they came, the hordes of heathen, at 112 to 1. And from that moment I became a collector, and I've been a collector ever since. You understand that, of course?
Oh, yes, but that is a quite perfectly natural reaction.
It's 1 o'clock.
It's 1 o'clock. What?
Yes, 1 o'clock. Our engagement with the Colonel.
The
Do you
Colonel?
remember? The one who led you in the charge.
Oh, of course, yes. Well, I hope you'll keep that for me, will you?
Well, there's been a fearful run on wild boar traps lately, but I'll do my best.
Thank you, thanks so much.
Good afternoon.
Well, what did you discover?
The knees of Spaulding's trousers show considerable wear.
What does that mean?
That's a great deal. Let me have your stick for a minute.
What are you doing?
No time to explain now, but a considerable crime is in contemplation. And since today is Saturday, we may have some difficulty in preventing it.
What kind of a crime?
A bank robbery.
What?
Shh. Meet me at the side entrance of the Westminster County Bank at 10 o'clock sharp.
Yes, is that the bank that's going to be...
Yes. At 10 o'clock sharp, remember?
The basement vaults of the Royal Westminster Bank, as you can see, they are impregnable.
Why are you so sure that the bank's going to be robbed, Holmes?
Because the knees of a man's trousers were badly worn.
I can't see how they can possibly get in here.
Is that the gold?
Yes. We had occasion some months ago to strengthen our reserves, and so we borrowed 30,000 Napoleons from the Bank of France.
Word must have leaked out, if Mr. Holmes' deductions are correct.
Gentlemen, we must prepare ourselves. As soon as Mr. Wilson goes to sleep, they will make attempts to get in.
Who are they? Get back! It's all right. Hey, jump!
All right, Spaulding, your back-robbing days are over.
So I see. I fancy my pal got away all right, though.
There are 3 policemen waiting for him at the other end.
You seem to have done things very, very, very neatly. I must compliment you.
But I feel obliged to reciprocate. Your Red-Headed League was very inventive indeed.
Here. You were the one who came into the shop this afternoon. You came with...
With me.
I thought there was something very, very queer. You don't look like a collector at all.
He helped to collect you, didn't he? I think you'd better come along with me.
I don't know how the bank can repay you, Mr. Holmes.
I've been more than amply repaid, Mr. Merriweather, by having one of the most unique experiences of my career. However, there is one thing you could do for me.
Name it.
Well, it's...
Anything, Mr. Holmes.
I'm a regular depositor at your bank, Mr. Merriweather, and I should be eternally grateful if you could do something about your pens. I've yet to find one of them that worked. Come along, Watson.
What I shall never understand is how you suddenly knew there would be a bank robbery.
Well, if you remember, when we visited the second-hand shop, Spaulding was in the cellar. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time, but later on I noticed that the knees of his trousers were badly worn, as if he'd spent some time kneeling, doing some sort of burrowing work. But burrowing where? Perhaps from the cellar to the next building. The moment the thought occurred to me, I whisked you outside and surprised you by tapping on the pavement with your stick.
You certainly did. Oh, I'll just go and see who it is. Hello, come on in, Inspector.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. I hope it's not too late to make a call.
Of course not. Come right on.
Well, I saw the light was on, and I just thought I'd drop in.
How are you, Inspector? Now, make yourself at home.
Oh,
Draw up a chair.
Thank you very much indeed.
Cup of tea?
Yes, please. Well, by the time the newspapers come out with a report of your exploits tomorrow, Holmes, you'll be a hero.
Oh, well, I shall try and remain humble through it all.
Yes, the whole of London. Except, of course, Mr. Wilson. Unless I miss my guess, he wants me still to arrest you.
Arrest me? What for?
Well, he didn't like the way you treated him last night, you know. And then, of course, he complains that... Oh, no, it's too ridiculous. Still, I think you'd enjoy hearing about it. He claims that you were firing a revolver in this house. You know it's against the law, don't you? But who in their sober senses would do such a thing?
Yes, it does sound very implausible, doesn't it?
Yes, that's exactly what I told him. I mean, people just don't do things like that, do they?
the several months that I had shared the Baker Street lodgings with Sherlock Holmes, I was consistently amazed by the indefatigable energy he poured into his never-ending war on crime. But my physician's eye could see the strain that perhaps another wouldn't have noticed. Thus it was one morning that I prevailed upon him to join me for a day in the country. All seemed tranquil at first, but I was to learn, as I did in later years, that when Sherlock Holmes did not seek trouble, it often sought him.
Help her. They may be coming.
Steady now, we'll have you all right in a minute. What's happened to the young lady?
Who are you running from? Stark. Carroll. They tried to kill me.
Out now, Holmes.
Perhaps we'd better get them to London, eh?
I very thought. The young lady is uninjured, but she's suffering from a deep state of shock.
Come along.
Drink this, will you? Better now?
Much, thank you, sir. Will she be all right, Doctor?
Oh, yes, Anita.
Twice last night she saved my life.
Who is she?
I don't know. We only met last night. I'm afraid she's mute.
What, deaf mute?
No, she hears and understands perfectly.
How did you meet her?
Well, it all started yesterday afternoon. Seems an eternity since then. I was in my office, facing the realities of my professional situation. I suppose that everyone finds his first venture into independent business to be a dreary experience. After a year of it, I'd about decided to admit failure and seek employment with some recognized firm. It was at that point that I received a client.
Mr. Hatherley?
His name was Colonel Lysander Stark. Had I known then what horror he was bringing into my life, I would have strangled him right then and there.
Frankly, Mr. Hatherley, the commission I have come here to offer you deals with a matter of extreme secrecy. I have gone to some lengths to acquaint myself with both your professional and your personal qualifications.
Personal qualifications, sir?
Yes. I know you to be an efficient hydraulic engineer, but also that you are a bachelor, an orphan, and that you reside here alone in London.
Why, that's very true, but I'm afraid I don't understand.
You shall when I explain the assignment. Do I have your word that our conversation will go no further than this room?
Of course, sir. I shall respect your confidence.
Excellent. Well then, does £50 for a night's work appeal to you?
£50?
I note by your expression that you suspect some illegality. Let me set your mind at rest on that score.
Exactly what you want me to do?
To repair a hydraulic press, Mr. Hatherley. A rather large hydraulic press.
Well, that hardly seems unusual.
For some years, I have owned a small place in the country just outside London. Recently, it has come to my attention that the land contains a vein of something commonly called fuller's earth. I trust you are familiar with the term.
But ore is dug out of the earth. Why should you need an hydraulic press?
I'm a businessman, Mr. Hatherley. Undoubtedly, the land surrounding mine contains more of such wealth. I hope to use the income from my own discovery to purchase my neighbor's land cheaply before he discovers its hidden wealth.
I see.
If my neighbor were to suspect what wealth he treads on daily, he would never sell at any price.
It's quite clear now. You use the press to mold the dug earth into some innocent form so that you can dispose of it without suspicion.
Precisely.
Very ingenious.
There's a fortune down there.
Is anything wrong? What is it, Colonel Stark? Can I get you something?
It's all right. My heart. I oughtn't to get too excited. Well, I've put my trust in you, Mr. Heatherley. Do you accept the commission?
When do I begin, sir? I promised to meet him that night. Last night, at Ayford Station. The time he suggested was quite late, 11:30. But he insisted that it would be less conspicuous. I freely admit that the money kept me from exercising a more natural curiosity at such bizarre proceedings.
One point, sir. When we encountered you, admittedly you were in a highly nervous state, but you kept repeating that they were after you. Did this man Stark have a confederate?
Yes, a foreigner, a man named Carrow. I was to meet him later that night.
Go on.
Last night I boarded the train to Ayford and arrived there a little past 11 as ordered.
And Colonel Stark was waiting?
He was. We drove for almost an hour, and then we stopped suddenly, and he almost pulled me into a darkened house. Stark muttered under his breath as he fumbled to strike a match, but suddenly a light appeared at the top of the stairs. It was the first time I saw this young woman, gentlemen. Even in the poor light, beauty and fear were sharp in her face.
Is our housekeeper.
How do you do, miss?
She cannot answer you, I'm afraid. She is quite mute. I forgot to tell you that I have a colleague, Monsieur Carroll, brilliant mineralogist. I'll fetch him for you, if you'll excuse me for a moment.
By all means. Is there anything wrong? You want me to leave? Why? Are you trying to warn me against Colonel Stark? Why should I fear Colonel Stark? I only met him this afternoon.
I'd like you to meet my friend and associate, Monsieur Carroll.
A pleasure, sir.
Colonel Stark will show you our press and explain the difficulties we have. I'll join you in a moment. After I have arranged with our housekeeper for your stay tonight.
Yes, that's a good idea. Will you come this way, Mr. Heatherley?
I thought you have learned better, my dear. Perhaps I'll have to send you back to school.
Yes, in principle, this is the standard hydraulic press. Though I must say I've seen few as large.
Indeed? And so it has the work of 4 ordinary presses. I think I told you that time is my greatest foe.
Would you bring more light, please? Wood. Concrete would have given you more support. Are these walls reinforced from the outside?
Bruno. I was just about to explain to Mr. Hadley that all the walls except the one he is examining are reinforced. However, there's no trouble with the walls. It's in the machinery. You'll hear it.
Good. Just wanted to check up first. Cylinders is leaking fluid, cutting down your power. Turn it off and we'll have a look at the driving rods. I knew what I was after, and the rest proved to be no problem.
Of course. You knew by then the true purpose of the press.
Not quite. Although I was sure it was not for making dirt brick molds. Much too large for that. But they'd lied to me so blatantly, I thought it best not to call them on it right off.
Well, what were they using the press for?
Fairly obvious. They are counterfeiters. They use the press to form the amalgam that takes the place of silver.
So I learned during the night. It was naive of me to assume that everyone but myself was asleep, but I did.
Amalgam, Mr. Hadley.
Carol, open up! Let me out of here, Carol! No one knew better than myself what that sound meant. Caro had started the press. Within minutes, that cold ceiling would be down with a force capable of grinding me to a shapeless pulp. And there was no way in the world I could stop it. with me.
What is this? What's happened here? Bruno!
That's almost the last lucid recollection I have. I remember carrying her outside and plunging ahead into the darkness.
Then you have no memory of going through the woods?
Almost none. The next thing I remember, you and Dr. Watson were bending over me.
Are you all right?
She screamed. Did you hear her?
Yes, quite clearly.
Please, don't let them send me back. I can't bear it.
There now. Brandy, Holmes, will you? There. That's right. You'll be all right. Here, drink this, will you? Spencer. Now, tell me, do you know this gentleman?
Yes, Mr. Hatherley.
Oh, you can speak. Oh, why last night did you pretend?
I wasn't pretending. I've been unable to speak for a year.
Excuse me, Miss,
Connors. Ruth Connors.
Miss Connors. I gather that the events of last night gave you a shock, rather like a shock you received a year ago.
Yes. When I saw the gun in Colonel Stark's hand, and it was pointed directly at me, a year ago, another young man visited us to fix the hydraulic press.
I see. What do you know about this other young man?
I was standing there, watching, when all of a sudden Colonel Stark fired his gun straight into the other young man's face.
Why didn't you go to the police?
I did. But first I must tell you that Mr. Carew is my uncle and guardian. He's my only living relation. And when I witnessed the murder, he fell upon me, repeating over and over, "You must never say a word. You must never say a word." But the first opportunity I had, I ran to the police.
What did they do?
Nothing. Because from that moment to this, I've been unable to utter a sound or speak a word. It was as though my throat was frozen up.
Incredible.
I have heard of this before.
The worst of it was, my uncle learnt of my attempt to inform on him and had me committed to Bedlam.
The insane asylum?
I spent 6 long months there, 6 horrible, unforgettable months before they released me in his custody. After that, he forced me to do his bidding by threatening to send me back. Send me back to school was the expression he used.
Why, that's horrible.
Very. And I think it's time we called in our old friend Inspector Lestrade. If only to deal with this man Carew.
You're not forgetting Stark, are you?
Oh, I expect we'll find his remains, Watson. The loss of his medicine undoubtedly saved England the cost of executing him. Well, come along.
Now that young Mr. Hatherley tells us about neglecting the candle while he made his escape, I can place the blame for the fire.
You sure it was Colonel Lysander Stark whose remains you found here?
No doubt. Several articles of authentic identification, no doubt.
Anything else?
No, Inspector. Sorry.
All right, thank you, Constable. Now where's Holmes got himself to?
He just went down to the station. He said he'd be back in a minute.
Look here, if Holmes thinks he can do...
I'm sorry to keep you all waiting. Well, everything's settled, Lestrade?
About as settled as it's likely to be. Stark's dead. Carter's escaped. The only thing now is to go back to London and put out an alarm for him.
Oh, dear. Well, tell me, what about the money?
What money?
Well, you know, the money they were making, the counterfeit. Have you found any?
Well, no. Oh, I suppose Carter took it with him.
Well, a man would have to be pretty desperate indeed to even bother with real money, let alone counterfeit.
What are you suggesting, Holmes?
Miss Connors, the only carriage used here is the carriage that Mr. Hatherley rode in. Is that right?
Why, yes, I think so.
I see. And that carriage has been in the livery stable since last night. Thanks to an obliging constable, I found one of Mr. Carrer's footprints. But there was no trail of similar prints leading away from the house. Mark you, I didn't imagine that he would try and make his escape on foot.
How did he get away then?
He didn't, my dear fellow. He's still in this house, hiding somewhere.
What?
Mr. Holmes, there's a cellar where...
I examined that cellar myself.
No, I mean the special cave they dug under the house to hide the money.
Then there must be an entrance from the house itself.
Well, I wasn't permitted to know exactly where, but I'm sure it was in this room somewhere.
Thank you. Well, let's try and see, shall we? I beg your pardon. What have we got here? Very neat, Watson.
Oh, there wasn't anything to it. Now then, what have we got here?
Oh, just nicked me, Doctor. Nothing serious.
Well, we'll have a look at it anyway. Hold on.
Some of you may lend a hand in here.
That's that. I don't believe you'll have any more trouble with Mr. Carew.
This has been a nasty business all round. I've lost my £50 fee, been roughed up, but it could have been worse, I suppose.
A good deal worse, my friend. For example, I believe this is yours.
Mine?
Yes.
What is it?
Your shoe, I believe. I recovered it from the press. Yes, it makes one think, doesn't it? Oh, Watson, you were quite right. A day in the country can be quite relaxing.
Holmes! Mr. Holmes! Mr. Holmes! May the saints above see fit that he comes back in time.
Holmes, where'd you get that wallet? It's not yours, is it?
Oh, no, it isn't. But would you believe me if I told you I lifted it from a pickpocket?
No. You what?
Yes. He lifted it from that gentleman over there, and as he passed me in full flight, I lifted it from him.
Well, don't you think it'd be good to give it back to the owner before he leaves?
Ah, better than that. I'll place it back in his pocket without him even being aware that it was taken in the first place.
Oh, Holmes.
Ah, but this is far harder than lifting a wallet and requires diligent training. Now, watch me closely, Watson.
Watson! Watson! Hold on, Tim, I'll take the police! Hey, Watson!
Police! Police!
Watson! Hold on!
Sure.
I'll take the police!
Police!
Watson! Hold on, Tim!
Sure. You were very lucky. If Lestrade hadn't come into the office at that moment, you'd still be in prison.
Well, I got it and something went wrong. Probably a little more practice was all I needed.
I suppose you haven't considered the other alternative. Of behaving like a perfectly sane, normal human being. Instead of going absolutely mad all over the... What on earth? Well, who is he?
An Irishman by the colour of his shirt and the shamrock in his buttonhole.
I'd also conclude that he was a typesetter by the ink-stained condition of his fingernails.
Look, Holmes, that's neither here nor there. The man is in our flat. Do you know him?
I've never clapped eyes on him before in my life.
Hey! Hey! I don't like to disturb you, but...
Hey, what time is it?
4 o'clock.
Oh, good. We've still got 8 hours. Look, if you're a human being at all, you'll be helping me, Mr. Holmes.
My name is Watson.
Oh.
There's Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, my name's Brian O'Casey, a man of propriety, poor as I am. Oh, and Mother, forgive me. I wouldn't be breaking in here this way at all, only I'm the most desperate of men.
Yes, so I gathered from your note, Mr. O'Casey. You obviously shoved it under the door, ran away, and then returned, fearing I might have overlooked it, eh?
Oh, well, the cat might have run off with it. Or a wee mouse.
Oh, we haven't got a wee mouse here.
Oh, well, you know what I mean. I didn't want to be missing you. Not with £8,000 at stake. So I came back here and I let myself in so that I'd be waiting for you.
Yes, well, that's most understandable, Mr. O'Casey. Now, perhaps you'd like to sit down and have a rest.
Oh, thank you very much. Did you know something? My heart's beating like a trip hammer.
Yes, I expect it is. You were saying something about £8,000.
Well, that's the amount that's due to me. But unless I can get hold of Mr. Snowby midnight tonight, I'll not get a penny of it.
Who is this man, Snow?
Well, he's the man who's holding the last third of this ticket. You see, he's holding numbers 3 and 4. And without these, we can't...
Just a minute, Mr. Casey. I realize that time is of the essence, and I should very much like to help you indeed. But perhaps you'll be good enough to start and tell your story right from the beginning.
Oh. Yes, of course. But where does it begin? Now,
Perhaps it begins with this terrible feeling of homesickness I have. It came on me all of a sudden, and it got worse and worse until I couldn't look at anything that didn't remind me of me home in County Killarney. Well, anyway, I was walking along this lunchtime, and I saw this woman, Belle Rogers. And, well, you might have seen her yourself. In the Marylebone Road. May the saints punish me if I'm lying. She didn't know me at all, but she smiled at me. I wasn't taught to be a fool. I lit off as fast as me feet could carry me. Another glass of stout, if you please.
Brian O'Casey. I saw you in front of the baker's shop just now, but you got away before I could get your attention.
Oh, hurry, Albert.
What was the big rush?
Oh, I'm telling you, Albert, a man has to look out for himself in this city.
What do you mean?
Look, as plain as I'm standing here, she smiled at me. Right out in public.
Who?
That's Irene in the bakery window.
No.
Twice.
What's the time?
Well, how the devil would I be after knowing that?
You mean you didn't find out?
Well, can't you see, man, that's exactly what you wanted me to do.
Well, I find good luck.
Good luck, you say? Now, look here, Albert Snow. I don't mean any disrespect to your country, but the fact is, I've been saving me money for one reason only. And that's to get back to Ireland as soon as possible. And no temptress with a honey tongue is going to flamboozle me out of it.
Okay, so you may be doing the poor girl an injustice.
But look, the fact is that she smiled at a perfect stranger. And in a certain way. Now, look, no woman is going to do that unless she's interested in getting a poor fool's money. Now, stay close by me. She's followed me here.
Oh, there you are. I didn't think you'd run off when I smiled.
What do you want? What do you want with me? It's in the window you belong.
I only want to talk to you.
Ask her to sit down.
But look, this is no place for a woman. This is a tavern, you know. You'll ruin your reputation here. People won't buy the cakes you make.
I'll only be a moment.
Right here, Miss,
Rogers.
Miss Rogers.
Belle Rogers.
Now, there's a name for you. Beautiful. My name is Snow. Albert Snow. This here's my friend, Mr. Brian O'Casey.
How'd you do?
Come on, Brian, sit down.
Oh, all right.
Now listen, Mr. O'Casey.
Yes?
Would you be willing to give me £1?
You see, I told you so.
No, wait, let me finish.
Yes, let the little lady finish.
It's an investment. I'd like you to be my partner in something.
What kind of something?
A sweepstake ticket.
A sweepstake ticket?
Yes. I've got one, and I'd like you to buy half of it from me.
I don't understand any of this at all.
Call it superstition, Mr. O'Casey. You see, I noticed you were an Irishman from the bakery window. That four-leaf clover in your buttonhole. And since everybody knows the Irish are lucky, I'd like an Irishman to be my partner.
Wow. It isn't for a woman to be gambling.
Oh, perhaps not. But think if we win, we'll divide £24,000.
Aye. And if we lose, which is much more likely, I'll be out £1, which is half a week's pay.
Now, wait a minute. I've got an idea. Why don't the three of us share a ticket? You can afford that much, can't you, O'Casey? It'd be going against fate to turn down a gesture like that.
Fate?
It's kismet, O'Casey.
But I've never won anything in my life.
But all the better. The law of averages is on your side. Do you have the ticket with you, miss?
Yes.
16634. Does that sound like a lucky number, or doesn't it?
Well, I suppose I could chance 13 shillings.
That's the spirit.
Now, wait a minute. Who's going to keep this ticket?
We could tear it up 3 ways, and each one of us keep a piece. That way, no one person would hold the ticket and be able to desert the rest.
Now, that's fair. In order to cash it in, we've all 3 got to come together again. Here, Casey, tear it in 3 parts.
Well, now, look. We'll all have to keep our stubs in a safe place because if one of us loses his, all 3 of us would suffer.
Right. Now, shall we seal the partnership? 1, 6, 3, 4.
Extra sweepstake tickets drawn. Lucky numbers listed. Extra sweepstake tickets drawn. Paper, sir. Lucky numbers listed. Extra sweep. You want a paper, sir?
Yes, I think so.
Extra sweepstakes tickets drawn. Lucky numbers listed. Get your midday paper.
Please be here. I know other people want to win as much as I do, but I'm hoping so much to see the Swords of Ireland again. 16634. Oh. 1, 6. 4. Oh, well, it's not the first one. Oh, well, maybe it'll be the second. No. Take it easy, Brian boy. There's still 5 more numbers. Oh, that Albert Snow. I was mad to let him talk me into this. Kismet. Fate. I'm going to be owed 13 shillings. That's what my fate's going to be. Oh. 1, 6, 6, 3, 4. That's a number. That's a number. It's mine. It's mine. The sweepstake money's mine. It's mine. It's mine. Albert Snow, look! Our ticket's been drawn! Oh!
Why do you think I'm treated?
Hey, what are we going to do? Shall we sell it?
Come on with the table. We'll have a meeting of the stockholders this hour.
Right, wait till I get people here.
I knew it, Mr. O'Casey. I knew we'd be lucky.
Don't know, I was a fool not to be listening to you right off.
It was like I said, O'Casey. Kismet.
Yeah.
But sit down, everybody. Let's decide what our next step's going to be. The question which confronts us now is, shall we sell the ticket or hold on to it and go all the way? Burn and Dream, our horse is a 20-to-1 shot, but he could win.
I say, let's go all the way.
Oh, well, I'm not that much of a gambling man myself.
But Mr. O'Casey, you just admitted you were lucky. You can't desert us now.
Us? What do you mean by us? Do you mean you both decided already?
Well, Belle and I have been seeing a bit of each other. Naturally, we speculated on what we would do if our ticket was drawn. Oh, Casey, wouldn't you like to be rich?
Oh, well, sure, and I would, but...
Let's put it to the vote. Majority wins.
Now, wait a minute, Belle. Of course, we'd outvote him. But I think in a case like this, since we're all friends, a decision like this should be made unanimously. How about it, O'Casey? Come in with us.
So burn and dream. Hey, waiter, I'll have another beer, as long as he's paying for it.
fine.
How do you feel?
Did you hear? Vernon Dream won. It's rich we all are.
Yes. I heard.
Where's Snow?
I don't think he's coming.
What do you mean he's not coming? He's got a third of our ticket. He has to come.
I've been looking for him since last week, when he broke an appointment with me. Mr. O'Casey, he's disappeared.
Well, that was 10 days ago, Mr. Holmes. And disappear he has. Right off the face of the earth. And a third of the ticket along with him.
I see. And now you only have until midnight to find him, eh?
Well, that's when the ticket becomes invalid. At midnight tonight. On the dot.
Yes. Well, that's serious indeed.
I should say so.
Well, look, do you think you can do something to help us? I was told if anyone could perform a miracle, 'twas you.
Well, that's a little exaggerated, but I'll do my best. Where can I get in touch with you, Mr. Casey?
Well, you'll be finding me at the Golden Coach Inn tonight. Miss Rogers and I decided to stay there until closing time, in case Albert should turn up.
Oh, good. Well, I'll look for you there, then.
Right, thank you very much. Mr. Holmes, I noticed you playing with those cards, and it didn't miss me glance that you made one disappear.
Yes. Well, it's not very difficult to know once you've got the knack.
Oh, I imagine not. Only, I reckon the lights ought to be kind of low, because I saw you put one right there.
Oh, yes, that's right. Yes, well, a good day, Mr. Casey.
Good day, Mr. Holmes, sir.
Yes, well, I'll work it out in time.
Why don't you give it up altogether?
I was referring to the disappearance of Mr. Snow.
Oh. Where are you going?
We are going to the baker's shop to see Miss Rogers, Watson.
About what?
It's almost 5 o'clock, Watson. We have just 7 hours until midnight. If I'm right, Watson, this won't take more than a minute. Good afternoon. I'd like to speak to Miss Rogers. Is she here?
She left this morning.
Oh? Why?
Don't ask me. When I arrived, she was gone. There was only a note from her saying she'd taken one of the 12-layer cakes, which she would pay for in the morning.
Aha. Was it by any chance a white cake?
One of my very best.
Thank you very much for the information. Good afternoon. I was right, Watson. Drive on, cabby.
Here, no, take it easy. Come on, sit yourself down.
It's all right.
Oh, what's the matter? What's happened?
The police. They found his coat in the river.
Albert's?
Yes, it was all bloodstained and there was a bullet hole in it.
Oh, no.
And the ticket's somewhere at the bottom of the river.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to throw my stub into the fire and watch it burn. It's useless now.
Oh, but Miss Rogers,
There. Now give me your stub. It was my idea to split up the ticket. I deserve to see my mistake all the way through.
You may as well, Mr. O'Casey. With Miss Rogers' stub destroyed, yours, I'm afraid, has no value.
But you told me there was hope.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry. I was mistaken. You may destroy it now, Miss Rogers, if you wish.
Now it's all finished and done with.
My hopes were so high of seeing the shores of Ireland soon again. But now...
Yes, perhaps a little tea would improve your spirits, eh?
I can still see the picture of those two at that inn. Take me a long time to get over that, Holmes.
Oh, I think you'll get over it sooner than you imagine.
Holmes, what?
Legerdemain, my dear fellow. The hand deceives the eye. This afternoon, after I left you, I palmed a piece of another sweepstake ticket on Miss Belle Rogers. Neat, eh? Would you like a little whiskey in your tea? It'll do you good, you know, and help you sleep.
Blast the tea, Holmes. You're hiding something from me.
Well, nothing really, except that it occurred to me that Snow and Belle Rogers had contrived to cheat O'Casey out of his money. I was absolutely certain of this when we visited the baker's shop, and I found out that she had taken a large white cake.
Well, what's that got to do with anything?
A large white cake, very appropriate for marriage, don't you think, Watson?
You think they were married?
Or about to be.
Yes, but that still doesn't tell me what kind of a scheme they had.
Well, it was really quite ingenious. Snow would go into hiding, and at the crucial moment give the impression that he'd been murdered. Now, this was the cue for Miss Rogers to give up hope and throw her stub onto the fire. Ah, yes, but it wasn't the real stub, but one that she had obtained, as I did. Now, very artfully, she would get O'Casey's stub from him and pretend to do the same.
You mean she really kept O'Casey's stub and destroyed a dummy one?
Exactly. Now, she and Snow would have had a complete ticket if I hadn't substituted a dummy of my own.
Well, that's amazing, Holmes. Fantastic. Well, the whole thing makes sense now. Or does it? After all, you've no proof of anything. Your whole theory is just a series of inferences. If once your premise is wrong, the whole structure collapses.
Naturally, my dear Watson.
Miss Rogers, and this is the missing Mr. Snow. I think you'd better fetch O'Casey now, Watson. I can't predict what his feelings will be when he sees you, but you know what Irish tempers are.
Why, say, Holmes?
Yes?
Don't you think that Mr. O'Casey's third share is worth at least half?
Oh, yes. Yes, quite right, Watson. At least a half.
Speed is of vital importance, and when one is in a hurry, it is sometimes necessary to take a short cut, which was the case this particular evening. There are men in London who, out of shyness or sourness, have no wish for the company of others. Yet they are not averse to comfortable chairs and the latest reading material. For their convenience, a club was started which forbade its members from taking any notice of each other. If a member talked, it was a black mark against him, and 3 such marks rendered him liable to expulsion. Sherlock Holmes was neither shy nor sour, but he joined the St. Denis Club because he found the atmosphere soothing. True, I'd always been diligent about not disturbing him here, but tonight I had come on a matter of the greatest urgency. I beg your pardon? Excuse me. I thought you were Sherlock Holmes.
That's not the point. You talked.
Well, I only went...
You went psst, and that's the same thing. Mr. Grundy. Take this gentleman's name.
Your name, sir? Watson. Dr. John Watson. But you made a mistake. I'm not a member of your club.
Not a member? How did you get in?
Well,
Brandy?
You'll accompany me out, sir.
I'm here on very urgent business.
Our constitution forbids talk of any kind. Follow me, sir.
And I'd like you to understand I'm not the sort of man who enters a club like this uninvited, but the circumstances happen to be extraordinary. Holmes!
I must ask you, sir, not to attempt to... I don't believe such an incident has ever occurred before.
Well, really? Holmes! I've never been so humiliated in my life. Why didn't you speak up in there?
Because it's against the rules of the club, old chap.
Oh, hang the club! This desire for privacy can go too far. What if an emergency arose?
Yes, and perhaps to prevent that happening again, we'd better move down the hall a bit. Now, you were saying...
What if an emergency arose?
You can speak up now, Watson.
What I'm trying to say is, what if an emergency arose and your presence is urgently requested? Nobody can put a hand on you.
And I'm here, my dear chap. You just disproved that.
Oh, really?
I'm only isolated here from triviality.
Well, there's nothing trivial about this. There's a man waiting for you back at the flat, a man by the name of Dubec, Claude Dubec. He's had an experience that make your blood run cold.
What sort of an experience, Watson?
He watched a man being tortured.
Tortured? We'll find a cab outside.
Yes.
Come along, then.
Once outside, we immediately hailed a cab, and I began to tell Holmes what I knew of the case. Holmes sat in silence as we rode, and I knew that my explanations had done nothing more than rouse his interest in talking to Mr. Dubec.
Perhaps it was a nightmare. I'm no longer sure. But I saw a man being tortured, starved to death. I was powerless to help.
Here, drink this. It'll do you good.
Thank you. Any true Frenchman will tell you that this brandy has to be sipped, savored, but if you'll excuse me once. Poor devil. Maybe he's still alive. Mr. Holmes, you must find him before it's too late.
Monsieur Dubec, we'll do our best to help you, but first of all, you must tell us who this man was and how you came to meet him.
His name was Charon. Paul Charon. And how we came to meet him. What day is it today?
Wednesday.
Wednesday. Then it was last Friday that it happened. You know, Mr. Holmes, I'm an interpreter. And I interpret nearly all languages. Now, since I'm French by birth, it is with this tongue that I'm principally associated. Now, I'm very well known in the hotels, and it occurs frequently that I'm called for at the strangest hours by travelers who get into difficulties. Now, I was not surprised, therefore, when I heard shortly before 11 o'clock at night someone knock at my door.
Mr. Beck?
I'm he.
My name is Latimer, Harold Latimer. Forgive me for calling at such a late hour, but the man at the hotel said it would be all right.
Oh, you need an interpreter?
Yes. You do speak French, don't you?
No, with the greatest of pleasure. What's your problem?
Well, you see, someone from France came to see me on business. As it turned out, he speaks only French. And I, of course, can't even read the label on a bottle of wine.
Oh, that's a pity.
He's leaving tomorrow, and it's imperative that we settle our business tonight. I realize this is an imposition at this late hour.
An interpreter and a doctor are the same in this respect. His hours are whenever he is required. Now, just a moment, I'll get my hat going. Mr. Latimer had a cab waiting outside. I didn't think to give it more than a passing glance. However, there was a strange atmosphere as I entered. One can sense such things.
I must ask you not to.
I beg your pardon?
I prefer the shades drawn, Mr. Dubeck.
But they cut out the view.
That's exactly their purpose. You'll forgive me, but I have no intention of permitting you to see the place to which we are being driven.
What's the meaning of this?
You shall find out. Soon.
For nearly 2 hours we drove without my having the least idea where we were going. All the time I sat in silence, wondering what on earth could be this man's reason for kidnapping me. Whatever it might be, there was no possible use in my resisting.
We've arrived, Mr. Dubeck.
You're aware this is kidnapping, Mr. Latimer?
It is somewhat of a liberty, I admit. We'll make it up to you. You may get out.
Is this Mr. Dubeck, Harold?
Yes.
Well done, well done. No ill feelings, Mr. Dubeck, I hope, but we couldn't get on without you.
What do you want of me?
Only to ask a few questions of a French gentleman, and let us have the answers. If you deal fair with us, you'll not regret it. But if you try any tricks, you'll wish you hadn't been born. You follow me? We put him in one of these so as to move him more easily.
What have you been doing to this poor man?
That is no concern of yours. Feel better? You don't have to understand French to know that is not a compliment. But no matter. Ask him if he's prepared to sign the papers.
For your own good, be quick about it.
Acceptez-vous de signer les papiers?
Jamais.
Never.
Tell him he is doing her no service.
Vous ne lui êtes d'aucune aide.
Laissez-moi lui entendre dire.
He says, let me hear her say so.
Tell him he'll go free if he signs.
Signez et vous serez libéré.
C'est alors que je ne serai plus jamais libre.
He says, then he will never go free.
Then he knows what awaits him. Translate that.
Vous savez à quelles conséquences vous vous exposez?
Peu m'importe.
He says he doesn't care. Stop that!
There's only the beginning if he persists in being stubborn. Now let us try again and see if we can get better results.
I was horrified at having to be a part of an affair like this, and even though I was only the interpreter, I felt guilty at not being able to give him any help. What could I do with Latimer on one side and Judd on the other, giggling with each question? Again and again, I asked him in different ways whether he would give in and sign the document. Again and again, I got the same reply. But soon, a thought came to me. I took to adding little sentences of my own to each question. Innocent ones at first, to see if I could get away with it. When our companion showed no sign of catching on, I played a more dangerous game. I asked him all about himself and learned that his name was Paul Charon. He was a stranger in London, that he didn't know what house we were in, that he was being starved to death. In another minute, I might have wormed the whole story out from under their noses, but for the interruption.
Who is it?
Oh, it's Micheline. The door is locked.
Get rid of her. Give me the gun.
Micheline, dear, I thought you went to bed hours ago.
I couldn't sleep at all. I can't think of nothing but Paul.
Now, Micheline, there's nothing to worry about.
But he should have been here 2 days ago. It isn't like Paul to do something like that. Something must have happened to him.
Nonsense. I'll wager anything that he was delayed somewhere on business.
Then he would have written to me. If I don't hear from him by tomorrow, I will go to the police.
Micheline!
Paul! He's in there!
Micheline, what's the matter with you? Have you taken leave of your senses?
But it was Paul's fault.
It was nothing of the kind.
But I did, I heard.
Would I lie to you? If Paul were in there, wouldn't I tell you? Judd is in there. Judd. That's all.
Oh, Warrell. I don't know what's happening to me.
Now, darling, it's only a case of nerves. You'll be all right after a good night's rest.
But it never happened like that before.
You've probably never been under such a stress. But it's foolish. If something happened to Paul, you would have heard about it by now. The fact that you haven't is proof enough that all is well.
You're probably right.
Of course I am. I'll take you back upstairs.
You perceive we have taken you into our confidence over some very private business.
Shameful business.
Necessary business. But it would not be to our interest if you spoke to anybody about it. Therefore, I am paying you a fee such as you have never before received in your life. There will be more the next time you come here.
Thank you.
However, I don't place all my faith in money. Therefore, I must warn you that if you speak to a single soul about this, we shall know about it. And you will pay for it with your life.
And now we return to the case of the French interpreter.
This man, this evil man, escorted me back to the carriage and took his place opposite me. We drove for about half an hour, and the shades were drawn as before. Then we came to a stop and he ordered me out. I walked for a mile or so, and then I found myself at Wadsworth Common, and there took the train to Victoria Station.
I see. And there, I presume, your adventure ended.
Yes. Now, I should have gone to the police right away, but I feared for the man's life. Now, Mr. Holmes, someone told me that you worked with a complete discretion.
Oh, you can be assured of that.
Mr. Holmes, would you please try to find him?
I'll try, but you must realize that my success depends almost entirely on your memory.
I've told you everything.
Only everything you were able to see.
I've told you everything.
I repeat, Monsieur Dubec, only everything you were able to see.
I don't understand.
Well, on the way to the house you saw nothing because the blinds were drawn in the carriage. But you could still feel and hear, couldn't you? Now, as you were going along, could you tell whether it was a rough or smooth road?
Oh, yes, now I know where you're getting at. Well, during the first part of the trip, the road was smooth. And then we seemed to turn off on a country road.
A country road?
Yes.
Now, when you were going along that part of the road, did you hear anything like cattle or poultry or sheep?
Sheep? Yes, that's what I heard.
Now, think hard. Was there anything else?
Oh, well, now I remember. I remember a horn. A foghorn. Something like a coal barge passing by.
I see. Now, what part of the journey would that be exactly?
Toward the end, I'm certain.
Was there anything else that you can remember?
No. Oh, yes, something about the house. Yes, we left the house and then we seemed to pass through a huge storage room. Yeah? And under the floor, I heard something like rushing water.
Water?
Yes, a stream. It couldn't be, but that's what it seemed like.
Thank you, Monsieur Dubec. I think I have all the information I require for the present.
Have you already found out where he is?
No, but I have all the facts at my disposal, and it's now only a question of time.
Oh, please, Mr. Holmes, you don't give my name, because if they ever found out that I've been here...
You can depend upon my keeping your confidence, Monsieur Dubec. However, I would urge you still to be on guard.
I'll be careful, Mr. Holmes.
Good.
Thank you. Good night, Mr. Watson.
Good night. Good night, sir. You were listening to what Dubec had to say. Have you any theories?
In a vague sort of way, yes.
Well, let's hear it then.
Well, it seemed to me that this young French girl had been carried off by this English chap, Latimer.
Oh, but carried off from where?
Well, from Paris, I suppose.
Well, the young girl could speak English fairly well, but the young man couldn't speak a word of French. Inference, the young girl had been in England some time, but the young man hadn't been in France.
Well, then we can presume she came over on a visit to England, and this man, Harold, persuaded her to run away with him.
More than likely, Watson.
Then this Charon, the prisoner, brother or guardian, decides to come over on a visit from France. He meets Latimer and his associate, and then for some reason decides against signing away the girl's fortune, of which he is presumably the guardian. The men then resort to force.
Excellent, Watson. I'm quite certain that you're not far from the truth now.
Well, it's only simple logic.
Yes, and with simple logic we'll find the house. It must be here somewhere. And when we finish translating the facts that Dubec has given us, an X will mark the spot. Now, let's see. I'm sorry to disturb you, Doctor. Would you mind getting your coat? We'll pick up Lestrade on the way.
You found it?
I believe so.
Holmes, do you think we should find Dubec in case we need an interpreter?
Now, that's an excellent idea. And from what I've heard, I believe these may come in handy.
Right. at his lodgings just across the river, and we decided to walk there.
If you're looking for Mr. De Beck, he left about an hour ago.
Can you tell us where?
Oh, I don't know. I only know he drove away with a gentleman in a carriage.
Well, did the gentleman leave his name?
No, sir.
Was he by any chance a rather tall, handsome-looking man?
Oh, no, sir. It was a little gentleman with glasses. Did nothing but giggle all the time.
Thank you, madam.
Even the weather seemed to be against us, and as we found our cab and started on our way, it began to rain. According to Holmes's calculations, we had a considerable way to go, and we had to go fast if we were to be in time. London streets in the rain are a handicap to any carriage, so there's nothing for us to do but hope and wait.
À manger. Comme de la manger.
Does he still say no?
He asked for food. Have mercy on the poor man.
He will be fed the moment he's signed the papers. Tell him that.
Signez, mon vieux, et un repas vous sera servi.
Je n'en peux plus. Je signerai tout ce qu'on voudra, mais qu'on me donne à manger.
He'll sign.
At last.
Now feed this man.
It would be foolish to spare him, only to have to kill him again.
Kill him?
And you broke your promise.
You spoke to Sherlock Holmes.
That's not...
That's true.
There's no point in lying. But you couldn't tell him where we are. And even the famous Mr. Holmes could never deduce that.
There are some men coming.
Quick, open the trap. All right, you two, down there. Does that answer your question?
The property was rightfully mine. I'm her husband. It belonged to me. But he controlled it and wouldn't sign it over to me.
He found out you were a thief.
You can't take me to jail. I only tried to get what was coming to me.
I'll see that you do.
Betty! Betty, it's Jimmy! Mr. Durham, something's happened to Betty.
Force the door open.
The singing violin.
Betty, darling.
The singing violin. It was here again. I saw it. I heard it. The singing violin. I heard it.
Betty.
I saw it.
Give her one of these. It's the sedative Dr. Marino left for her. She will attend to my stepdaughter. Perhaps you wondered, Willand, why I invited you to my home as my weekend guest.
I thought our coming marriage, Betty's and mine, had something to do with it, sir.
No. I wanted you to see for yourself why that marriage can never take place.
I don't understand, sir.
Are you blind, Willand? After what you've just witnessed, don't you realize that my stepdaughter is losing her mind?
She never told me.
Naturally. Dancing skeletons, headless men, and tonight, a singing violin.
Surely, sir, it must be merely her imagination. Nightmares.
But she insists the things that she sees are real. Positive proof of incipient dementia precox. I regret to have to tell you this, my boy. My doctor informs me that in a matter of weeks, if not days, Betty must be certified as hopelessly mad.
Finished, sir? Yes. Get out the Thompson file, Wilkins. You know that hatchet killer.
Yes, sir. Mr. Holmes did a neat bit of work on that case, don't you think, sir?
Might I remind you, Wilkins, that Scotland Yard also worked on that case?
Yes, sir. What shall I do with the file, sir?
Put it in the case's closed file, of course.
Very good, sir. Crime seems to be falling off in London this week, sir. It's been a dull week.
Yes, it's so dull, I'm going to do something about it.
What, sir?
I'm going to visit our old friend Sherlock Holmes. I've noticed that when we've got no crime, he has.
A beautiful girl having hallucinations. A worried housekeeper. An austere stepfather. A heartbroken boy. A gloomy old house in a quiet section of London. That was one of the most bizarre and terrifying cases ever to challenge the talents of my extraordinary friend Sherlock Holmes. We were plunged into it one drowsy day in mid-September when murder, sudden and brutal, came calling.
What was that? Sounds like a shot from the street.
Stand back there. Stand back, please. What's happened to your passenger?
He's dead, sir.
Dead? True enough. He's been shot.
What's going on here?
This man in the carriage, Inspector. Shot he was, sir. All right, let's stand back here, please. Stand back, please. Stand back. Let's move along here, please. Please. Stand back, please. Move along here, please. Please stand back. Move along here, please. Move along.
Officer.
Yes, sir.
You take charge here.
Yes, sir. All right, driver. What do you know about this?
I don't know.
We were about to have a visitor.
Where? What do you mean where?
Yes, a young man, but he was murdered before he reached here.
Murdered? How do you know? Let's move along, please. Move along. Fall over. Move along, please.
Oh, hello, Lestrade. I've been expecting you.
I didn't know myself I was coming here until a few minutes ago. I suppose you also know why I came here?
Murder. Both Dr. Watson and I heard the shot. I observed part of the proceedings through the binoculars.
This was found in his pocket.
Sherlock Holmes, 221B Baker Street. He was obviously employed by a tea and spice merchant. The aroma is unmistakable, eh, Watson?
Oh, unmistakable. The boy's wallet gave us some further information. His name was James Winant. He lived at number 5 Crestwood Place. He was employed by Stackhurst and Durham, tea and spice merchants.
Stackhurst. Stackhurst.
Does the name mean something to you, Holmes?
Well, it should. Stackhurst and Durham appears in almost every tin of tea sold in England. What was young Winant's business with you, Holmes?
Winant. Durham. Ah. I've never heard of Winant before. Were you able to ascertain anything from the cabby?
No. One of the passers-by heard him say, "The singing violin."
The singing violin?
No, that can't mean anything, I'm sure.
Can't mean anything, Lestrade.
Well, now, of course not.
Get your hat, Watson.
Well, where are we going, Holmes?
To interview the murderer of Jimmy Winant, of course.
You mean to say you know who killed him?
Of course I do. Don't you?
Might I inquire who lives in this dreary monument to great wealth?
Guy Durham.
Durham? Wasn't he one of the partners of the firm that employed young Winant?
Yes, the only surviving member. Stackhurst died 15 years ago.
Holmes, you said we were going to visit Winant's murderer.
I did.
Yes?
Good morning. I'm Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. Watson. I'd like a word with Mr. Guy Durham. Here is my card.
I'll tell him, for all the good it'll do. He left word he doesn't want to be disturbed. Come in.
Oh, permit me, madam, to congratulate you on your new position.
Thank you. How do you know I'm new here?
Mrs. Ferguson, who was at the door?
Excuse me.
How did you know?
Well, she was unfamiliar with the position of the curtain cord. She obviously hasn't been employed here very long.
Oh, obviously.
I'm sorry, sir, but Mr. Durham can't...
What is the meaning of this?
I'm sorry, sir. They pushed in before I could stop them.
I must apologize for this intrusion, Mr. Durham, but it's imperative that I speak to you.
Oh, very well. As long as you're here, what do you want? I take it you are Sherlock Holmes.
At your service, sir. And this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
Pleasure, sir. How do you do? Sit down.
I regret to say that I am the bearer of bad tidings, Mr. Durham. Your prospective son-in-law was murdered not 2 hours ago.
What? Winant murdered?
But, Holmes... The engagement announcement of Miss Betty Durham and Mr. James Winant was published in the Times not 2 days ago. Mr. James Winant was on his way to see me when he was ambushed and shot.
But what did he want to see you about?
Don't you know Mr. Durham?
No.
Then perhaps Miss Betty, your stepdaughter, I believe.
Yes, Betty is my stepdaughter. I adopted her when I married her mother.
Perhaps she might be able to provide some information.
I am sorry. I'm afraid I cannot allow you to see her. She has been in a highly overwrought frame of mind of late. Only this morning, under the advice of her doctor, I sent her away for a complete rest. Moreover, it is best under her present mental condition that she should remain in ignorance of Winant's death.
Oh, that's most unfortunate. Probably the excitement of her forthcoming marriage brought on an emotional upset.
Not only probably, Doctor, but true. And now, if you'll excuse me, I regret I cannot be of any more help to you.
Oh, Mr. Durham, what is the name and address of your former housekeeper?
Why do you ask?
Well, housekeepers are rather hard to come by these days. If she hasn't already found a new position, I'd like to employ her.
I prefer not to recommend my former housekeeper. I had to discharge her for theft. Good morning, gentlemen.
believe Durham is the murderer, Holmes?
Yes.
Why are you so sure?
Well, 15 years ago, Horace Stackhurst died in extremely mysterious circumstances.
Stackhurst? Would that be the Stackhurst of Durham's firm?
The same. Shortly after Stackhurst's death, his widow married Durham.
And the widow is Betty's mother, I presume?
Indeed she was. But the mother herself died within a year, and Betty inherited a great fortune. Durham was appointed guardian until such time as Betty married.
Oh, I'm beginning to understand. Tell me, Holmes, have you solved the mystery of Winant's dying words yet?
The singing violin? Oh, well, that's really very easily explained, Watson, now that the... here we are.
It was just like Holmes to leave me in the middle of an unfinished explanation, bursting with curiosity. But there was nothing I could do about it except wait for his return. I waited up for him until midnight, finally retired without seeing him. And when I awakened the next morning, he was already gone. I didn't see him again until shortly before 10 o'clock. Hello, where have you been?
Do you mind going to the window, Watson?
What?
I've got a surprise for you.
Oh.
Go on.
All right.
No, not yet, Watson. Now, turn around. Now, keep looking into the street. That's better. Now. Won't be a minute now. All right. Turn around.
singing violin.
Well, that's fantastic.
Yes, a fiend with a diabolical mind, our Mr. Durham. Soap on the bow so that no sound should come from it, and this. Come along, Watson.
Where to?
To complete a plan which this time only you can effect.
Oh, really?
After you.
John Murdoch. So I found you at last, eh?
What?
You've been making advances to my wife, and I am going to thrash you within an inch of your life!
Wait a minute. You've got the wrong man.
Don't you lie to me!
I'm not John Murdoch, I tell you. Help! There's a lunatic loose.
Ah, so it's a fight you want, is it? I've heard about men like you before. You smiled your last smile, my voyaging vagabond.
My answer is final, Durham. I didn't mind certifying your stepdaughter as insane. But I draw the line at murder. If you want her killed, do it yourself.
Very well, Marino. I will. But you will have to sign the death certificate.
That I'll do. An overdose of morphia would be the best way. I'll prepare a hypodermic for you. She's under sedation now, and shouldn't give you any trouble.
What room is she in?
Number 4.
Dr. Marino! Help!
Something's happening out there.
Let it wait. Give me the hypodermic.
touch that girl. Don't you dare touch her. Or by all I hold sacred, I'll kill you. Durham, do you hear me? Durham!
Are you all right, Holmes?
The girl, is she all right, Watson?
Just drugged. She'll be all right.
Well, what kept you so long?
Dr. Marino brought up reinforcements.
When I came here and answered your summons, I found Dr. Watson fighting with 4 men. Must say he was holding his own. Now, will somebody please tell me what this is all about?
Nothing would give me greater pleasure, Inspector. May I introduce Mr. Guy Durham, your murderer?
What?
Well, of course, Watson. I knew Betty was in danger when Durham mentioned Marino. I met him before and knew he wasn't a doctor, but a charlatan. Tell me, Watson, how did Betty take the news of Jimmy's death?
It came as a terrible shock to her, I'm afraid. Poor girl broke down completely.
Well, she's young. She'll recover. And youth has a way of overcoming tragedy. Oh, confound it. I completely forgot that I soaped this bow. It'll be days before I can play again.
Really? A wonderful invention, soap. Has so many uses.
Lobster and sliced tomatoes. Could one possibly conceive of a more ideal marriage, Watson? Romeo and Juliet were clearly mismated by comparison. Oh, Watson, aren't you going to join me? Oh, now, surely, Watson, you can't bear a grudge against me forever. For something so trivial?
Trivial? And what is trivial about riddling the walls with bullets?
I do not agree that I riddled the wall, as you so violently put it. I decorated it in a most patriotic manner.
Holmes, I have permitted and suffered many liberties in this flat. First you make those evil-smelling gases. Then you shatter my nerves with those ridiculous disguises. But you, even you, have never covered your activities under the banner of patriotism.
Yes, but V are the Queen's initials. I was only celebrating Her Majesty's birthday.
Celebrating Her Majesty? Still, that's no excuse.
Well, perhaps I was a little overzealous, but you can't very well blame a man for that.
Nevertheless...
All right, Watson, I solemnly promise never to do it again.
Oh. Well... And lobster and tomato for breakfast. You ever heard of that? I must say, it looks jolly good, huh?
Do you really mean to say you're going to join me?
Yes, please.
Oh, come on, then. That's strange. I didn't expect her until noon. She must have caught the midnight train.
Oh.
You'll meet her in a minute.
Oh.
Now, I wouldn't want her to feel that she was intruding.
Mr. Holmes?
Yes, Miss Millicent Channing?
Yes. I wrote you that I'd be here at noon, but I didn't want to lose any time. I took the midnight train.
I understand. Won't you come in? This is my good friend and associate, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Please sit down, Miss Channing. You must have had a very tiring journey, particularly in view of the fact that you were forced to take a dog cart out of the way.
How did you know I took a dog cart?
Well, I noticed that your right sleeve is covered with mud. Only a dog cart throws out mud in such a disagreeable way.
Mr. Holmes can also deduce your birthstone and the serial numbers of any notes you happen to be carrying in your purse.
Dr. Watson exaggerates, though only slightly.
I've heard a great deal of your powers, Mr. Holmes. They say you're one of the cleverest men in London.
They're very kind. You said in your letter that your fiancé has disappeared.
I'm afraid that something terrible has happened to him.
Why, Miss Channing?
It's all so muddled, so confused. Several days ago, I was expecting him for dinner. He didn't arrive. I was worried, and I went to his lodgings.
Millicent.
They say of Mom it won't come to the mountain.
Good heavens, we had a dinner date.
At 8 o'clock.
Oh, you must forgive me. I've been so deep in this, it completely slipped my mind. Millicent, how would you like to marry a full professor of English history at London University?
I'd much rather marry you, John.
I mean me.
Then, are you serious? You still have 3 years before you can become a professor.
It can happen in a month. Next week, perhaps.
But how?
Well, you know this research work I've been doing on 14th century English history?
Yes?
Well, I have reason to believe I've made the most amazing, the most fantastic discovery.
Oh, tell me.
Not until I put my theory to the test. And if I'm right, I can assure you there will be an immediate chair for me at the university. And more than that, I'll be famous.
Oh, but John, this is unfair, keeping me in the dark like this.
I promise you it won't be for long. Tomorrow, I go to see Sir Thomas Greystone at Aberdeen to get his cooperation. He won't refuse because my success will bring him fame also.
John, you simply must tell me what...
Not another word tonight. I'll tell you everything when I come back the day after tomorrow. Remember, good things come to those who wait.
But he didn't come back. Not the day he told me, nor the next day. I wired him at Greystone Castle asking him to explain the delay. I received this answer.
John Cartwright, unknown here. Signed, Greystone.
I didn't know what to make of it, Mr. Holmes. Finally, I decided to go up to Aberdeen and talk to Sir Thomas Greystone himself. He must have been mistaken.
I don't envy you, miss.
Why? Is something wrong?
Let's say something isn't right. Ever since the Greystones came upon hard times, they become a strange, mysterious pair. Hardly anyone ever comes to see them, and those that do don't waste any time there. If I were you, miss, I'd wait until it's light before I went up.
I don't have the time to spare. I'm sure I'll be all right.
Suit yourself, miss.
Get out!
To see Sir Thomas Greystone, please. My name is Miss Channing. Would you please tell him that...
Miss Channing, is it? The lady who sent the telegram?
Yes. I hope you don't think me foolish coming here in this way, Sir Thomas.
Walter Greystone is my name. Sir Thomas is my father. If you've come to make further inquiries about your Mr. Cartwright, yes, I'd say you were foolish. We've absolutely no knowledge of the gentleman.
But I can't understand it. He told me he was coming here to speak to Sir Thomas.
About what?
About a discovery he made while doing some historical research. He said it was to have brought fame to him and Sir Thomas both.
I can assure you, Miss Channing, no one of that nature has been here. No one.
But I know he took the 6:10 train on Tuesday. I saw him off.
The 6:10 train makes a dozen stops along the way. He could have got off at any one of them.
But why?
I've no idea, miss.
I'm sorry. I'm upset. You see, he's my fiancé.
I quite understand, but there's nothing we can do.
I'm sorry to have troubled you.
One moment, miss. That telegram I sent you cost 2 shillings. I'll thank you to reimburse me.
Father!
Be quiet. I'm not a charitable institution.
Are you Sir Thomas Greystone?
I am.
You didn't say you were.
I didn't say I wasn't. 2 shillings, if you please. Thank you. Good night, Miss Channing.
whatever else I felt about the Greystones, I didn't believe they'd lied to me. Why should they deny they'd seen John? However, as I made my way through the garden, I found this timetable in the bushes.
I take it that these notes in the margin are in your fiancé's handwriting, Miss Channing.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. They lied. He was there. And for some reason, they're trying to deny it.
He had evidently asked directions to the castle and jotted them down in the margin.
Well, it's perfectly evident the Greystones are lying, but why? Here's somebody offering them a chance of fame, they refuse it.
There are other considerations more imperative than fame, Watson.
Well, what other considerations, for example?
That is our problem.
You will help me, Mr. Holmes.
I'll do my best, Miss Channing. Oh, Watson, the 14th century contained the reigns of what kings?
Wait a minute, 14th century? There were some Henrys, and Richard II, of course.
Richard II. He was executed, wasn't he?
Yes, at Pontefract Castle, September the 21st, 1300 and...
Miss Channing, I would appreciate your taking me to your fiancé's flat.
To his flat? But why not to Greystone Castle?
Well, I would rather not go there unarmed.
Well, why not? We've both got revolvers.
I am referring, Watson, to information that may have led to the disappearance of Miss Channing's fiancé. Come along, Miss Channing. Well, I can't find anything there. Perhaps you'd have a look, Watson. Oh, thank you, Miss Channing.
Thank you.
Aha! So this is what Cartwright found so exciting.
What is it, Holmes?
Well, he certainly deserves his professorship if he understood this. Listen. This pledge unto Richard, I, Richard, do make. To return unto Richard, switcher from Richard I take. Let the Richard look on the northern stair, then 6 and 7 is not fair. Press on and through and tune for 10. Beware thou do not linger then. If thou art in and wist ye moot get out, smite eke the lion upon the snout. Meter and rhyme, perfect.
Well, what's it mean?
Well, it's simple enough, Watson.
Look here, Holmes, sometimes I think you'd say that a trip to the moon on an umbrella is simple.
Yeah. Well, analyze it piece by piece. The first part is nothing more than a receipt.
A receipt?
Certainly. This pledge unto Richard, I, Richard, do make, to return unto Richard such things as I from Richard take. Well, apparently Richard had entrusted his possessions to a loyal friend, and he had received his promise that they be returned.
Yes, I see that.
The rest of the inscription merely tells him how he may get his possessions back. Hence, let Richard look upon the northern star.
A sort of map, so to speak.
Quite so.
Well, but what's all this got to do with Cartwright's disappearance?
Well, in Wilkinson's biography of Richard II, it is mentioned that one of the king's most loyal supporters was Richard Greystone, the original owner of Greystone Castle. Cartwright must have had the idea that Richard had left his possessions with him.
So he went up there to prove it?
Yes.
But that still doesn't answer why John hasn't come back.
That answer, Miss Channing, may only be secured at Greystone Castle. That's strange. There appears to be no one here. I'll go round and let you in. Aye.
close behind me.
This pledge unto Richard, I, Richard, do make, to return unto Richard, switch from Richard, I take.
The lower half appears to have been destroyed by fire.
But there's every chance that King Richard's possessions may not yet have been found.
No, they haven't. So you brought help, Miss Channing.
Where is he? What have you done with him?
He's in safekeeping, in the tower.
Since you're here, perhaps you can persuade Mr. Cartwright to tell us the secret of the Greystone inscription.
We shall do nothing of the sort.
He's got some idea of returning Richard's possessions to the Queen for a birthday present. They're worth a fortune, and are rightfully mine.
They rightfully belong to the crown.
We won't argue rights and wrongs. Weigh this well. If you can't persuade Mr. Cartwright to talk, then not one of you will leave this room alive.
In that case, I will not hang my fate on another man's decision. I'll lead you to King Richard's possessions myself.
Holmes!
Why be killed over a museum piece, Watson? Let's re-examine the pledge. This pledge unto Richard, I, Richard, do make, to return unto Richard, such as from Richard I take.
We can understand that much without your help. Go on.
The meaning is perfectly clear. Whatever treasure may be hidden here belongs to the royal family, and to nobody else.
Let Richard look on the northern star. Well, that gives us the direction.
But does it? One can look at the North Star from any point in this hemisphere.
Your ancestor knew that. He said, let Richard look. And he meant this Richard. In other words, the direction may be found by facing north from this very spot. I am now facing due north.
Then 6 and 7 is not far.
What does that mean?
Merely to pace off 13 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Press on and through and down for 10. Press...
Stairs!
Through and down for 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Here it is.
At last. I've been waiting for this moment for years.
Rubies. And now, if we may go...
I'm afraid I can't let you go.
But you promised.
You take us for fools, you go straight to the authorities. plan to enjoy this wealth?
I don't see how, with or without us. It seems your ancestors arranged for intruders.
You knew this?
I suspected.
Then you must know the way out, otherwise you wouldn't have come in. Tell me at once, man, or I'll shoot you down where you stand.
While only I have the secret to the door?
Have the jewels. Have the jewels for a way out. All of them. Show us how to get out, and we'll let you take them all.
No. No, they're mine. Not one. Not a single gold piece.
Are you daft, man? You want to rot here forever?
The treasure's mine. The treasure's mine. You can't let them have it.
Pay no attention.
Give me the gun.
You can have the treasure.
Just the gun, please. The last two lines of the inscription read, as I recall, if you're in and can't get out, strike the lion upon the snout.
Couldn't be better. The Greystones are in prison, the Cartwrights are together again, and you and I are feasting on cold lobster and tomatoes. Well, I have a sense of well-being.
Haven't you the slightest twinge of conscience, Watson?
Conscience? No, why?
Well, I noticed the gold piece on your watch chain. You filched it from the treasure room.
Filched it? Certainly not. I made an application for it from the ministry.
Oh, did you? Oh, that was very enterprising of you, Watson.
Yes. Why don't you do the same thing, Holmes? After all, don't you want a souvenir?
I have one.
Oh, that. But Holmes, a personal letter of thanks from Her Majesty. Why, Holmes, congratulations. Well done.
Oh, thank you, Watson.
go back.
No, thank you. Sorry. So sorry. Excuse me.
Watson! Watson!
Sorry.
Watson, hurry up. Come on, the train's going.
Excuse me. Was it a close call, Holmes?
It certainly was. If you hadn't lingered to pass the time of day with that barmaid, we'd have had ample time.
How did you know that I...
Your elbow, it's wet. Well, you've obviously been leaning on a bar somewhere. And if I know you, it wasn't a bar man. Was she pretty?
Yes, he was a lovely young lady, as a matter of fact. Came from Lancashire. Hasn't been in London very long.
Blinko Watson.
Sardines Dalton!
Oh, I say, what a small world it is. Oh, good old Blinko. Best smile of the school ever had. I say, oh, man, you're putting it on a bit here and there, aren't you? Oh, particularly there.
Oh, well, you know. Say, Holmes, do you know sardines?
How do you do, sardines? Did you say Holmes? Not Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, I see you've been reading about him in the papers, what?
Oh, can't read anything else these days except about that last case of yours, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, well, that presented a bit of a problem at first, but we managed to nail him before the finishing line, didn't we, Holmes?
Oh, we did, Blinko. You know, I wouldn't be at all surprised if you were going fishing.
Yes, we're going to Witchenham, no?
Why, of course. I'm living at our old family place, Forthingham. That's near Witchenham. Oh, I say.
Something wrong, ma'am?
No, nothing really. I don't want to bother Mr. Holmes with my troubles.
What sort of trouble, Mr. Taunton?
Well, yes, it's my mummy.
Oh, old Lady Taunton.
No, my Egyptian mummy.
Is your father married again?
No, don't be silly, Blinko. One of those Egyptian fellows who were mummified thousands of years ago. That sort of mummy.
Oh, you have that sort of a mummy?
Yes. My Uncle Joseph sent it to me from Egypt. He's an archaeologist, you know.
Well, it seems an odd thing to have sent you.
Last year he sent me a crate of sand.
Sand?
Yes, from Sahara. The desert, you know.
Just sand?
Yes, that's all. Just sand. Arrived one morning like the mummy case.
Mummy case?
Yes, a chap called Amenhotep.
No.
Amenhotep. Priest of the 14th dynasty or something. Anyway, that's what Professor Van Tolkien said.
Professor Von Tolkien?
Yes, he's a colleague of my uncle's. Lives quite nearby. He couldn't fathom what was wrong with the mummy either.
Precisely what is wrong with your mummy, Mr. Taunton?
It laughs.
I beg your pardon?
It laughs.
Laughs?
Quite.
How does it laugh?
Well, now, we go something like this. No, not really like that. It's much eerier than that. More like this.
See, when does it laugh?
Oh, practically any time.
Well, have you seen it laugh?
Me? Oh, good heavens, no.
Why don't you give it away?
I can't. Nobody wants it. I say, Blinko.
No, I'm awfully sorry. We couldn't. Well, look, why don't you burn it or chuck it in the river or something?
Oh, well, now, I know this sounds silly, but there's an inscription on it. There's something like, who destroys my sleep, destroys himself. Professor Van Tolkien's translated it for me.
Yeah, but you don't believe all that rubbish, do you? I mean, Egyptian capers and all that.
Well, no, I don't actually believe the curse, Blinko, but I've got to do something. Well, I'm engaged to Rowena Featherstone. You know her?
No.
Oh, she's a lovely girl. She's got an aunt, regular old battle axe. Well, she keeps after Rowena to break off the engagement. Says a chap who keeps an Egyptian mummy who laughs, well, he can't be very reliable.
Yeah, well, I understand that.
Oh, I say. Would you like to come over to my place and see if you can stop him laughing?
Oh, now, look, old boy, we were going fishing, you know, and...
Oh, it might prove interesting, Watson. A mummy that laughs.
This is, Amenhotep.
Well, he doesn't look as if he had much to laugh about.
You wouldn't think so, would you? Wait till you hear him, Blinko. Frightening. Positively frightening.
14th dynasty, I see.
It's an exceptionally fine sarcophagus. I must say the funerary carvings of the 14th dynasty were the most beautiful ever known. Ah, yes. Amenhotep was a priest-warrior. And here's the curse.
Yes. Who destroys by sleep, destroys himself. Makes you think, what? Ow. This thing's full of splinters. I'm always pricking myself on it.
When did the mummy start laughing, Reggie? As soon as you received it 6 months ago?
No, rather not. First he was very well behaved. Quiet as a lamb, then he started it about a month ago.
I see. I take it these are the other Egyptian trophies your uncle sent you.
Yes, rather. I stick them all in this room here. I call it my Egyptian room. You know, I wouldn't like Uncle Joseph to come back and think I didn't appreciate the gifts he sent me. Pretty touchy about the things they dig up, these archaeological fellas.
Yes, quite naturally. Has your uncle been in England recently?
Oh, no, not since he went galloping off east as a young man. Must be at least 40 years, I think.
Then you've never seen him?
Oh, no. Oh, I say, that's the Sahara sand I was telling you about.
Oh, yes. Does your uncle never write to you?
No, never. Just sends back the things he digs up.
Have you got a photo of him by any chance?
Yes, this one. It was taken when he was up at Oxford. I think he must have changed by now, you know, 40 years. Ravages of time and all that.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Reggie. I didn't know you had visitors.
Oh, no, don't go, Rowena. I want you to meet my guests. This is Binko, Dr. Watson, and Mr. Holmes, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. This is my fiancée, Miss Featherington.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the detective?
Yes.
Yes, he's come to look into this mummy business for us.
Have you found anything, Mr. Holmes? Why does it laugh?
Well, perhaps he tickled himself to death.
I keep pleading with Reggie to get rid of it, destroy it, anything. But he's afraid of the curse.
Well, I'm the one the curse is going to work on, and you know what they are.
Really, Reggie, this is the 19th century. And Aunt Agatha wants to know when we're going to eat. She's famished.
Woman's always famished.
Please, Reggie, she is my aunt.
Well, I suppose I shall have to cook dinner myself. Cook left last night, 4th of the month. Say, Binko, you cook?
Well, I...
Reggie, you didn't invite Dr. Watson here to cook. I'll cook.
Well, maybe I better do it myself after all.
We'll both cook. Come on. How many of us are there? 5?
No, 6. I've asked Professor Von Tolkins to dine. I say if you'd like a glass of sherry or a brandy or soda or something, you'll find it all in the cupboard over there.
Charming girl. I say, Holmes, let's finish up this matter in short order, eh? I hear the fish round about here actually snapping.
I wonder.
You wonder what? You find something, Holmes?
No, I wonder if Miss Featherington can cook.
A doctor, young man, you say? A veterinary, no doubt.
Madam, I'm a graduate of the Royal College of Physicians. I specialize in human beings.
And you detect, young man, I understand.
Yes, madam. I detect.
Work with the police?
Well, on occasion.
No wonder the crime rate's going up. Rowena, do we or do we not eat?
Is it over, Auntie? We're bringing the food in.
Reggie tells me you've recently come back from Egypt, Professor.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Just a few months ago. I have retired from active participation in Egyptology.
I see. I understand that you met Reggie's uncle while you were out there.
Yes, Professor Taunton and I excavated for a long time together in the valley of the Lower Nile.
Is Professor Taunton still active?
Yes, Joseph is engaged in important excavation at the present time.
You must be very glad to see all your old friends and relations again, Professor, after all these years.
I've been gone so long, Doctor. I no longer have friends. And I'm afraid even my family wouldn't recognize me.
Well, here we are at last. Better late than never, I always say. Oh, please do help yourselves, everybody. Informality's the form.
Local trout. We used an old recipe we found in a cookery book in the kitchen. Didn't we, Reggie?
Yes, at least I think it was a cookery book. I read something about mixing nitrogen with hydrogen or something like that at the end of it.
Oh, Lord. Well, this is splendid. I haven't had a decent, well-cooked fish like this in years.
Rubber. Sheer, unchewable rubber.
I think it's very edible. What do you think, Holmes?
Quite. Yeah, who knows? A sauce might have improved it somehow.
It's quite delicious, Miss Featheringstone.
I believe you're accustomed to eating beetles and locusts, which I'm told are considered delicacies in your
Take the other end, will you? Carefully. Carefully.
This time we heard it ourselves.
Yes, Watson. This time we heard it ourselves.
And now we return to the case of the Laughing Mummy. Of all the silly things I've been inveigled into by you, this is the silliest. There we are. What do you expect to find up here?
Something I discovered earlier this evening, Blinker.
Do not address me by that ridiculous name.
All right. All right, old chap.
I'm all right now. But if I kill myself, I shall hold you personally responsible.
Good. No, we managed it somehow. Though I had my doubts on several occasions. Now, we'll soon know now.
Know what?
Unless I'm mistaken, this is our Laughing Mummy.
But this is only a weather vane, Holmes.
Ah, yes, but one that laughs. Listen.
Good heavens. Well, it is laughing.
It would appear to be so, wouldn't it? Especially with a mummy in the house. When the wind is in a certain direction, the weather vane acts as a whistle, and the resultant sound is funneled down into the Egyptian room below.
But that's marvelous, Holmes. How did you stumble onto it?
Well, in dealing with the occult, Watson, it's as best to remember the natural phenomena come first. Here, give me a hand with this, would you?
One. That's wonderful. Now, be careful you come down, Holmes. Just be careful.
Here, Watson, would you hang on to this, please? Watson, are you taking it? Where have you gone? Watson? Watson? Watson?
Do you think they know what they're doing, Reggie, dashing out of the house like this?
Maybe not Blinko.
Well, Mr. Holmes seems very capable.
Oh, yes. He's the reliable type. Doesn't say much, but when he does, it's to the point. Like me.
Tell me, Professor, is it the first mummy you ever heard of that laughs?
The very first, Miss Featheringstone, and I'm quite sure that...
Dr. Watson, what's happened?
I slid off the roof. Landed in the rhododendrons.
Not my rhododendrons, Blinko. I've entered them in the local flower show.
You may now withdraw your entry.
Reggie, how long has this weather vane been on the chimney?
Oh, about a month.
I see. And it was about a month ago that the mummy started laughing.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Holmes.
It was stop laughing. It was caused by the wind striking the weather vane, which then blew down the chimney and caused a sound which resembled a laugh.
Well. Good heavens above.
Mr. Holmes, how terribly clever of you. You found it out all by yourself?
I, too, was on the roof, Miss Featheringstone.
Oh, I know. I think you're both terribly clever.
My compliments, Mr. Holmes. The simplicity of the explanation escaped us all, though I knew, of course, there was an explanation.
Well, now we can all go and finish dinner. We've got something else coming, I think. Lamb, isn't it, Rowena?
I think so. Meat of some kind.
Good.
Oh, Reggie.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
Who stuck this on the chimney?
Well, I did. It was lying about the place, so I stuck it up there to keep it out of the way.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
You know, I believe I'll miss him laughing. Made him human somehow. Almost chummy. Chubby mummy.
Oh, well, that's another mystery we've solved, eh, Holmes?
Yes, Watson. But in solving it, we've been confronted by a far deeper mystery.
And? What do you mean?
You may observe the sarcophagus is of the 14th dynasty, but the mummy itself is of a much later period.
Well, perhaps they had an old box lying about when the chap died.
Yes, possibly. But it would have to be lying about for a very long time.
Morning, everybody. Isn't it a lovely morning? Simply gorgeous.
Good morning, Miss Featherington. Yes, it is indeed a lovely...
You look very refreshing, Miss Featherington. Very refreshing.
And I am. No mummy laughing any longer, thanks to you, Mr. Holmes.
Well, I say, what early birds we all are. Morning, everybody.
Morning.
Morning.
God's in his heaven and all's right with the world and all that sort of thing, you know what?
There's no need in invoking the name of the deity.
I wasn't. I was quoting a bit of poetry or something. Shakespeare, I think it is.
Tennyson, darling.
Oh, really? Oh,
Actually, Miss Featherington, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's a quotation from Robert Browning. Ben Ezra.
Pippa passes, Watson.
Oh, yes, of course. Pippa passes. I knew it was something like that.
Good morning. Oh, good morning, Professor. Morning. Have a cup of tea or a baked egg or kipper or something here, what?
No, thank you. I just wanted to return this book.
Oh, I say Socrates, lovely, thank you.
Oh, Professor Von Torkins.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
Reggie has a 14th dynasty vase in the Egyptian room, which rather puzzles me. I wonder if I could impose upon you to clarify a point for me?
It would be my pleasure, Mr. Holmes. Should we see it now?
If it wouldn't be too much trouble, Professor.
Not at all.
Thank you. Yes, the composition of the pottery struck me as being rather later than the 14th dynasty, Professor. This is the vase I referred to.
Considerably later, Mr. Holmes. The 18th dynasty, in fact.
I rather thought Reggie was mistaken, as he was also mistaken about the mummy.
The mummy? I'm afraid I don't understand.
Don't you? I believe it was you who told Reggie that Amenhotep was of the 14th dynasty.
It was, Mr. Holmes.
But of course, this mummy, like the vase, is of a considerably later period.
Really? How much later would you estimate, Mr. Holmes?
Well, I'd say 4,000 years later.
How did you determine that, Mr. Holmes?
Well, the sarcophagus is obviously authentic. But the burial wrappings of the mummy itself are of a comparatively modern Egyptian weave. Expertly aged, I admit.
I'd hoped the discrepancy wouldn't be noticed.
Well, if it hadn't been for the coincidence of the weather vane, I should never have bothered to look at the mummy so closely.
What do you propose to do, Mr. Holmes?
I'm afraid, Professor, I have no alternative.
Holmes, what are you talking about?
Professor Von Torkins is, I regret to say, Watson, involved with murder.
Murder? Well, who was murdered?
Joseph Taunton, Reggie's Uncle Joseph.
But how do you know? Where's the body?
You are gazing, Watson, at the mummified remains of it.
Oh, no, really?
You're right, Mr. Holmes. This is Joseph Taunton. And if I killed him...
What do you mean, if you killed him?
I don't know. That sounds strange, doesn't it? Joseph Taunton and I were friends. We devoted our lives to excavating the glories of Egypt. And last year we discovered the tomb of Amenhotep. An untouched tomb, Mr. Holmes. Over 4,000 years. Joseph and I were the first human beings to set foot in it since the day it was sealed. Can you imagine what that meant to us?
Yes, I can understand that.
Joseph was beside himself. He wanted to open the mummy case immediately, but it was wrong, Mr. Holmes. The case had to be opened carefully, delicately. We quarreled. I tried to restrain Joseph physically, but he broke loose from me. He ran to the case and opened it, and then...
And then, Professor?
And then he staggered and dropped dead.
As he opened the sarcophagus?
Yes. There were no witnesses to what had happened, Mr. Holmes. But in our struggle, Joseph had suffered bruises. I knew what the police would believe.
And so you removed the mummy of Amenhotep and substituted the body of Joseph Taunton instead?
It was the only way I could get the body out of the tomb. Mr. Holmes, I didn't mean to kill Joseph. It was his heart. He always had a weak heart.
You say he staggered, Professor. But what did he do as he staggered?
He grasped his throat as if he were choking.
Watson, would you oblige me by removing the cover of the sarcophagus?
Yes, of course.
Ouch! That splinter. Yes, Watson, ouch. As Reggie said, and as undoubtedly Uncle Joseph said too. Professor, would you care to take a closer look at what Reggie called a splinter?
It's
a hollow needle that would pierce the skin of anyone who touched it.
But I don't understand.
The curse of Amenhotep, and a hollow needle that contained the venom of an asp. The same snake poison that killed Cleopatra, and that killed your friend, Joseph Taunton. The most marked symptom of asp poisoning is suffocation. The victim instinctively clutches his throat.
But then, it wasn't our fight.
No. And traces of the poison may still be found in the body, even after mummification.
I say, Holmes, you don't think there's any of that poison left in the needle, do you? Because, well, if so...
The next few minutes will determine that, Watson.
What?
Well, how's old Amenhotep doing? I bet he's feeling down in the mouth now he's stopped laughing.
You'll be glad to learn, Reggie, that the professor has offered to take the mummy off your hands.
Oh, I say, that's awfully decent of you, Professor. What you going to do with him?
But he's also considered giving it a fitting burial.
Oh, of course. Now, why didn't I think of that? Do you realize what this means, Rowena? Now we can be married. That old... I mean, your aunt, well, she won't have a leg to stand on.
But, darling, Aunt Agatha really likes you. She just pretends to think you're not very bright.
Really? She likes me?
I think so.
Oh, well then, let's go and tell her the good news.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
Not at all, Professor.
Holmes! Holmes!
What? What's the matter? Why, you look ill.
It's the poison. I can't get my breath.
No, relax, Watson, relax. If there'd been any poison left in that needle, Reggie would long since have joined his ancestors. Unfortunately, the curse only worked once.
Oh. Ridiculous. But Holmes, that's all very well, but I still can't get my breath.
Well, not again. It's probably the food we've been subjected to. Yes, I myself would prefer some of that fish that you insist on pursuing up and down the waterways of England with such wild abandon.
Yes, of course. Curse. Utter nonsense.
Apple ID?
Oh, you gave me a proper scare, you did.
Rather light for a young lady to be out by herself, isn't it?
Oh, you mean the Thistle killer?
One killing a night in the last 5 nights. He may be out again tonight.
Oh, makes you shiver. I wouldn't talk to any strange gentleman, I wouldn't. And if one spoke to me, I'd run. Or scream.
You're a sensible girl. Would you like a sweet?
Oh, thank you.
The caramels are very good.
He's done it again.
Pass the jam, would you, Watson? Oh, thank you. Any interesting news in the Times?
Says here that some American claims to have found a cure for the common cold. That's nonsense, I don't believe it. Thunderbolt won the Aspinall Stakes. 6-1. Perhaps can make a killing on that.
Oh, was there another one last night?
Eh?
The Thistle killer.
Oh, yes. Yes, he strangled a girl last night at Ingram Square. Left the usual sign, Thistles. Man's a maniac.
Perhaps he is, Watson. But there may be a definite pattern behind all these killings, you know.
Oh, do you think so?
Look at that map, Wilkins. From one end of London to the other.
He's got something on his mind, sir.
Oh, you really think so, Wilkins? Of course he's got something on his mind, you idiot. He's got killing on his mind. When's it going to finish? Where's it all going to end?
I've looked up the statistics, sir. There are approximately 459,000 young women in London between the ages of 16 and 25, sir.
That's a comforting thought, Wilkins.
Here you go.
I thought so. From the superintendent. Perhaps he'll be interested in your optimistic statistics, Wilkins.
Come in.
You sent for me, sir?
Ah, Inspector Lestrade. Yes, I sent for you. Sit down, Inspector.
Thank you, sir.
Not working too hard these days, I hope?
Well, sir, I'm used to hard work.
Then give me a sample of it. Stop these wholesale murders. 6 women Lestrade in 6 successive nights. A man's making a charnel house out of London. What's the Yard doing about it?
Well, sir, we have men in duty all over London, you know.
Well, how does he slip by them? How does he get away?
Sir, it's almost impossible to cover a city the size of London.
He'll strike again tonight.
Sir, there are 459,000 young women in London between the ages of 16 and 25.
I don't care if they're 459 million. Stop him. Portland Lane, Harris Street, Ovington Court, Napier Street, Evans Lane, and Ingram Square last night. Where will it be tonight?
Sir, there's a whole of London to pick from. It's almost impossible to anticipate him. He doesn't choose his places. They're haphazard.
You know, there's nothing haphazard about this man, Watson. He's choosing each locality with a plan.
What plan?
Well, that's our problem.
Tell me, Holmes, why does he drop thistles onto his victims? And why 3?
I think they're symbols, Watson. Just as his killings are symbolic.
Mm-hmm. Do you think he knew his victims?
I doubt it. No, there's another motive, a deeper plan behind it all. I think we know all the facts. We only have to read them properly.
Well, sir, he knew each of these girls. That's the link. That's what I'm working on.
How do you know that, Lestrade?
We issued a warning to young girls not to speak to strangers, to scream or to run as soon as they were accosted. Yet not one of them has done either. In fact, in 3 of the killings, footsteps showed that they walked beside him, that they knew him, that they trusted him.
And the girl last night had accepted a caramel from him.
Yes, sir, and of course a young lady will never accept a sweet from a stranger.
Then find the man they all know in common.
Yes, sir.
Oh, by the way, Lestrade.
Yes, sir?
There's a chap named Sherlock Holmes. Ever run into him?
Holmes, sir? Sherlock Holmes? Yes, the name is familiar, sir. Yes, I have run into him on occasion.
Deduces things, they tell me. Clever. You might call him in. Unofficially, of course.
He's an amateur, sir.
An amateur can't do worse than we're doing.
Yes, sir.
I simply can't understand it, Holmes.
Can't understand what?
Why Inspector Lestrade hasn't called? I've been expecting him all the morning.
Oh, well, he probably feels he can tackle it himself. And perhaps he can.
Come in.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. Holmes?
Good afternoon, Lestrade. Dr. Watson's been expecting you.
No, he has he?
Well, you're here, aren't you?
Well, as a matter of fact, someone at the Yard did suggest that I might, well, as a matter of fact...
Who?
The superintendent. Holmes, this man's a ghost. I've men everywhere. I've warned everybody. Still he kills and no one sees him.
Map of London, Lestrade?
Yes, I've marked out all the places where he's killed.
Oh, yes. That's interesting. Most interesting. We're starting here with Portland Lane, Harris Street, Ovington Square, Evans Lane, Napier Street, Ingram Square.
I take it this is the sequence of the killings, Lestrade.
Yes, I've tackled it from every angle. Concentric circles, triangles, squares, north, south, east, and west. There's just no pattern to these killing zones.
Oh, but there is, Lestrade, there is. But he's challenging Scotland Yard to catch him.
Challenging us?
Yes, he's playing a game with you.
What do you mean, playing a game?
Acrostics. Look. Now take the names in sequence, beginning with the first letter of each neighborhood. P for Portland Lane, H for Harris Street.
P, H,
and so on. O, E, N, I, and what's the last letter? Why, the only one that fits, of course. X. And so you have Phoenix.
Phoenix? The legendary bird that rose from its own ashes, symbol of immortality.
No, I know he's a maniac. Him and his thistles, all three of them.
Well, the thistle's the national flower of Scotland, Lestrade. You should know that. And there are 3 feet in a yard.
Scotland Yard!
Well, it shouldn't be hard to deduce where he plans to strike tonight.
The last letter is X. Xenia Lane leading into Xerxes Park here.
Then we have him.
It would appear so, wouldn't it?
Xerxes Park, Superintendent. It must be Xerxes Park.
But there are other places that begin with the letter X, Mr. Holmes.
Very few, and they're too frequented. Xerxes Park is small, quiet, and practically deserted at night. That's just what he wants.
All right, Xerxes Park then. Lestrade?
Yes, sir?
Plant men all around the park. We'll cut off the entire area.
But keep the park entrances open, Superintendent.
Invite him in, you mean?
Well, if you keep him out, you won't catch him.
Good thought, Mr. Holmes.
There are only 2 entrances to Xerxes Park, a gate here and here. We'll cover them both.
Get him coming or going, eh? Either way.
No, coming, not going.
Oh, I see what you mean. But supposing there is no young woman in Xerxes Park?
Oh, there will be.
How do you know?
We'll put one there for him.
Decoy, huh? But who? It'll be risky. Ever done any amateur theatricals, Lestrade?
What?
Oh, I think we'll need Inspector Lestrade at one end of the park, Superintendent. Now, as for the woman... No.
One of our police matrons might volunteer. But explain the risk fully to her, Lestrade.
Well, armor too, sir, just in case.
I'm not sure a gun will be enough, Lestrade.
We could arrange a signal with her so she could let us know the moment she's accosted.
Excellent, Watson. As soon as we get the signal, we can close in on him.
All right, Lestrade. Pick the best men we have.
Yes, sir.
You want Lestrade at one end of Xerxes Park, but who'll be at the other end?
Why, Dr. Watson and I, of course.
That's a very good idea. Thank you very much. I wish there wasn't this fog.
Uncover it with this, Miss Crowley. But don't take any chances. I'll be at that end of the park, and Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson will be at that end. Ah, Holmes, Dr. Watson. This is our decoy, Miss Colley.
How do you do? Good evening, Miss Colley. Oh, well, what have we got here? A sending key, eh, Lestrade?
Yes, it's a telegraph set going to both entrances.
Quite ingenious, my dear fellow. But tell me, what are your signals?
One short click if a man approaches Miss Colley. If he speaks to her, she keeps her finger pressed on the key. If he just passes on his way without speaking, then 2 short clicks. Show Mr. Holmes how it's done, Miss Colley.
It seemed Lestrade, yes. Quite ingenious, really.
Now, if a young lady passes along and wishes to go through the park, then we'll have a policeman escort her.
Congratulations, Lestrade. You thought of everything.
Well, thank you, Dr. Watson.
Well, good luck, Miss Colley. And the same to you, Inspector.
Eerie place, this park.
Yes, Watson. I must confess to a certain uneasiness myself.
Look!
What?
The Thistle killer! Oh, no, you don't.
Gina, what's this? Let go of me!
Leave poor Herbert alone!
Poor Herbert, madam, this man's about to strangle you.
My own husband strangled me? You're crazy!
Your husband?
Of course he's my husband! The Thistle killer. That's what he probably is.
Oh, my apologies, madam, sir.
Come on, Herbert. Some people don't know what privacy is.
Bloke's got a right to kiss a girl, hasn't he? Even if it is his own wife.
Now, what do you mean by that remark, Herbert Brown?
Well, you ain't exactly what you were 5 years ago, Maggie.
Well, I never!
I say, old man, that was, it's hard to think to save the wife.
Put me big foot in again, I did. Hey, Maggie! Hey, Maggie!
Well, I mean, Holmes, the park. After all, haven't they got a home to go to?
Yes, I must say, I can't blame you in the least, Watson. Shall we get on to our entrance?
Chilly night, sir.
It'll warm up quite soon, Wilkins. May even get too warm for comfort.
Just taking the young lady through the park, sir.
Go ahead, Connors.
This is nerve-wracking, Holmes.
Well, it may not be long now, Watson.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Constable.
Colley's a brave girl, sir. Shouldn't like my sister taking on the risk that she is.
Couldn't use your sister, Wilkins. This is a job for professionals like us, not amateurs.
Are you worried about Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, sir?
I'm worried about Mr.
11 o'clock, Watson.
No, with all these bobbies hanging about, he's probably got the wind up and gone home.
Not if they're well hidden, as they should be.
Someone's approaching Miss Colley.
Shh. Wait for the next signal.
Evening, sir.
Oh, it's William, Constable.
Aha, false alarm.
I'm glad you're taking me through the park, Constable. I'm only a visitor here, you know. It's so scary.
Very sensible, miss. Especially these nights.
With that horrible Thistle killer loose.
Don't like it, Watson. Something's wrong.
Miss Colley gave the all-clear signal. Whoever it was must have gone past her.
Yes, unless the...
Talk to me, I'd run or scream, just like the papers tell you to.
That's a sensible girl. It's very foggy tonight. Would you like a sweet?
Oh, thank you, Constable.
Try one of the caramels. They're good.
He slipped through a cordon of police before, you know, Watson.
And without anybody seeing him.
No, but they did see him. Everyone saw him.
But surely...
Watson? Huh? Who's the only stranger a woman would trust in London these nights?
Why, nobody.
Wrong, Watson. A policeman. A policeman. Come on, Watson.
Where is he, Constable? Which way is he going? Oh!
Look out, Watson! Get down!
You all right, sir? I'm all right. See to the girl.
She's all right, sir. Here, look after her, will you?
He's dead.
I know him, sir. He's John Phoenix. He's a cabbie. He drives a hansom.
Oh, yes, I remember him now. He tried out for the force. We dropped him. Inefficiency.
Well, there's your motive, Lestrade. He simply wanted to prove that he could outwit Scotland Yard.
He must have carried his policeman's helmet and his coat around with him in his cab.
Yes, and when he spotted a girl, he put them on and became just another policeman.
How did you guess, Holmes?
Well, Lestrade, it was the only answer. The only answer.
I don't know why it is that often the weather seems to match a man's moods, but this day in particular it had run a perfect parallel to mine. But at last the storm broke, and so did I. The only way to ease my mind was to turn to action. Scotland Yard was the perfect place to begin.
Inspector Lestrade, Wilkins, I must see him right away.
I'm very sorry, Doctor. Inspector Lestrade's very busy.
Will you tell him I'm here? I must see him.
I'm very sorry, Doctor, but when Inspector Lestrade's in conflict... You know, Dr. Watson.
Ah, Dr. Watson, I'm very pleased to see you. Just having a cup of tea.
Lestrade, something's happened to Holmes. He's disappeared. He's vanished. I haven't seen him for 2 days.
Well, calm yourself, Dr. Watson. Calm yourself.
Tell you he's disappeared. He may have been kidnapped for all I know.
Oh, kidnapped, eh?
Or worse.
Now, look here, Dr. Watson. Just because you haven't seen him for a couple of days doesn't necessarily mean to say that he's been
No,
kidnapped.
quite. Well, if you want any proof, you can have it. There's no time. Come along with me.
It is positively infuriating to know that something is wrong and to find a man whom you can't convince. I don't mind saying that there are times when I find myself hard put to keep my patience with Inspector Lestrade.
What more evidence do you need? What man going under his own volition would leave his razor behind?
Oh, he probably has another one.
No, he hasn't. Come on, I'll show you something else. Look, his violin out of its case.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
But he'd never leave his violin like that if he thought he'd be gone long. Treats it like a baby. And these concert tickets, we meant to have gone last night. Look here, Lestrade, I've been a friend of Holmes's too long not to realize the brutal truth behind all this.
Well, the evidence certainly does seem to point us...
Now, look, we've got to track him down as he tracked down somebody else.
Do you mean use his own methods of deduction?
Exactly. Now, the odds are that he's disappeared on some case. So the best thing we can do is to go through his correspondence and see who might have employed him. Oh, look at this. Bills, advertisements, bills. It'd have to be at the end of everything, wouldn't it? What have we here? Chap wants Holmes to investigate his neighbour. He says a lot of people go into the house and nobody ever comes out. What do you make of that?
Well,
Now, look, you see that's a left-handed writer, and by the feel of the paper, I'd say he was in pretty good circumstances.
Yes, well...
attention to details. That's the secret of Holmes' success. You see, we already know something about the writer before we meet him.
Yes, there's only one thing, though. Sherlock Holmes' disappearance had nothing to do with him.
Oh, why?
This letter's dated 2 years ago.
What? Yes, so it is.
Well, where else would he keep his correspondence?
Oh, anywhere on the chandelier, if it wasn't too much effort to get up there.
Well, let's have a look around.
Well, going through Holmes' things would take a month. No, we'd best get another approach.
Well, have you any ideas?
Wait. Dear sir, please call upon the undersigned at the earliest convenience on a matter of extreme urgency. Signed, John Smithson, Ye Quaint Old Curiosity Shop, 7 Bachelor Lane. It's dated 3 days ago.
You know, this might be it.
You're right. It is. Come on, Lestrade. Holmes' life may depend on our speed. Sinister-looking place.
Well, it looks just like any other old curiosity shop to me.
You think so? Then why was this Smithson so keen to get Holmes here, eh? Yes, interesting.
What do you mean all this stuff in the window?
I mean the stuff that isn't in the window.
Look, I don't understand you, Dr. Watson. What do you mean?
Well, it's perfectly obvious, isn't it?
No.
Oh, isn't it? Well, we won't get anywhere standing here. Come on.
Wait a minute, Dr. Watson. I still don't know what you mean by all this stuff that isn't in the window.
Come along, Lestrade.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon. You, I presume, are the proprietor, John Smithson.
Yes, that is correct, sir. That is correct.
Well, I'm Dr. Watson, and this is Inspector Lestrade. We've come to inquire about Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes?
Yes, a tall fellow, thin. Wears a deer-stalking cap.
I'm afraid I've never met the gentleman, no.
But you wrote him a letter saying you wished to see him on a matter of extreme urgency.
You must be mistaken, sir.
I'll take a look at this letter. Is that your handwriting?
Oh, it isn't anything like my handwriting. Here, I'll show you what my handwriting is like. Do you notice any resemblance between the two?
Well, no. Well, then who could have written it?
I couldn't say. Perhaps a practical joke. At any rate, all is well here, and I'm fortunately in no need of help.
Oh. Well, do you mind if we browse around a bit?
Do browse indeed, gentlemen. I like to think of my shop as an oasis of tranquility in life's busy thoroughfare.
What are you doing? I'm looking for evidence that Holmes was here. Well, you heard what he said. Yes, I don't believe a word of that. Something about him. I don't trust him. It's as if I'd seen him before somewhere. Well, that's not very scientific. No, perhaps not. But I'd like to have a look round anyway. Clumsy of me.
No, not at all. It was all my fault. I wasn't looking where I was going.
Of course.
Thank you.
Not at all.
Excuse me.
Oh, charming. Charming. Yes, all right, to business. Ivanhoe. I must remind myself to read that again sometime. What's this? Proper deportment of young ladies in polite society. What a fabulous title.
I'm afraid that book is not for sale.
What do you mean, not for sale? I understand everything in this shop is for sale.
Yes, everything except the books on that shelf, sir. And now the shop is closing.
Nearly? 2 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yes, for repairs. I have the decorators coming in. I'm afraid I must ask you to leave, young man.
Cunning old rascal. Do you see how he tried to get rid of us, Lestrade? Oh, perhaps he has got some repairs to be done. Ah, nonsense. I insist on buying that book. Been looking for it for years.
The proper deportment of young ladies in polite society.
Precisely. I've been meaning to read that since I was a lad.
Oh, very well, young man. $1 shilling, please.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Go on, Lestrade.
Excuse me, Governor.
Not at all. There's something about that Smithson I don't like. Look, this isn't the book I bought. It's much smaller. Safari through darkest Africa. Why, the chap's nothing but a crook. Oh, this is much more interesting than that other one. Look here. You and I are going straight on back in. Now listen. While I keep you in conversation, you scout around a bit. Well, he'll suspect we're up to something. No, of course he won't. Holmes and I did this in that red-headed league affair. Worked perfectly. Come on. You've sold me the wrong book.
My dear sir,
Deliberately, if you ask me.
Did I assure you, Safari through...
This is the book I wanted.
No, that's not for sale. It happens to be a first edition, of which there are only 3 copies in existence.
Proper deportment of young ladies in polite society. Now, that's the book I bought, and that's the book I... Dr. Watson. Holmes's clothes. I found them in an old pilot's chest.
Oh, good Lord.
With bloodstains.
You thief! What have you done with him?
You're under arrest, sir, and I warn you, anything you say will be taken down, and maybe you...
Go, stop him! Don't let him get away!
Oh, no, you don't.
Watson! Lestrade, you idiots! Get out of the way!
Oh!
He's gone with the message.
Who's gone with what message?
An escaped convict with the message that woman left for him in the book. And it won't be easy to find him now that you two gentlemen have completely ruined my beautifully laid little trap. Naturally, I left my razor at home. I hardly needed it here, did I?
The bloodstains, Holmes.
Red ink, Lestrade. I've been helping Earl Smithson make up his ledgers.
And this escaped convict, who is he?
John Carson. I expect you've had a report on him.
Carson? Why, he got a life sentence for killing a man with a cleaver.
That's him. He was using this shop as a message center, planting and picking up messages here from that book that you were so intent on buying.
Oh, yeah. Proper deportment for young ladies in polite society.
Smithson recognized him when he first came in. It seems that Carson was once employed here, but the old gentleman was afraid to go to the police.
Why?
Because Carson threatened to kill him if he did, so he sent for me instead. Hence my little disguise.
You were waiting to nab Carson when he came in here for a message?
Exactly.
Oh, and we ruined it all.
Oh, that's all right, Watson. The best laid plans of mice and men, you know. However, if we can trace the girl, then
That'll be as hard as tracing Carson himself.
Oh, I don't think it'd be all that difficult.
It seems the good doctor has something up his sleeve.
Only the name and address where the girl works.
Well, how the deuce do you know that?
Well, when I knocked her handbag out of her hand, I found a piece of paper, and on it was her hours of work and salary due to her.
With the letterhead of the shop on the paper? Well done, Watson.
Oh, it's nothing really. Pierre's Dress Shop, 17 Cottington Street. You know, I'd say that girl had the look of a mannequin about her. Don't you agree?
Well, you know, Watson, I'm almost afraid not to.
And now, mesdames and messieurs, you will see the supreme creation of Pierre with me, myself. Eunice, monsieur, she will find this ensemble irresistible. You did say Eunice, n'est-ce pas?
Yeah.
Returning for the holidays from school in Switzerland, sir.
Oh, it's exquisite, no? Such symmetry, such subtle lines.
That's the girl we're looking for.
Observe how it hints, but with such discretion. Oh, la jeunesse, la youth.
I say it's a bit daring, isn't it?
But it's daring age, monsieur, and now the 20th century.
I wonder, sir, if I might have a word with the young lady in private.
But...
Officially, monsieur, I'm Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard.
It really isn't any use, you know, even if you ran away.
But I do not understand. Never before has one of my girl acted so.
Would you mind telling me where he's hiding now, miss?
I don't know. I swear I don't.
And yet you left a message for him.
A gentleman friend gave me the message and told me to leave it in the book.
Probably a pal of Carson's, if she's telling the truth.
What was in the message?
There was just a name and an address.
I see. And what was the name?
Jeremiah Westlake. I forget the address.
Jeremiah Westlake. There was once a judge called Jeremiah Westlake. He retired several years ago.
Yes, and I think we'll discover that Jeremiah Westlake was the judge who gave Carson his life sentence.
And now Carson is looking for him.
And now Carson is looking for him.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, and Inspector Lestrade.
Who's she talking to?
Well, what do you want? Court's now in session. State your case. Speak up, Mr. Holmes. Or has the cat got your tongue?
Judge Westlake, I presume?
Former Judge Westlake? Did Sherlock Holmes ever hear of him, Middleman?
No. You're confusing him with the other Sherlock Holmes, the famous pastry chef.
Oh, I never eat pastry. Disagrees with me. Of course, there's still another Sherlock Holmes, a third one, the famous detective.
Oh, that one.
Well, young man, say your piece. Court adjourns in exactly 1 minute.
10 years ago, you sentenced a man called John Carson to a term of life imprisonment for murder.
Carson? G'day, Middleman.
That'd be the Butcher Cleaver case. Murdered a man with it.
Oh, yes. Unpleasant chap, Carson, if I remember correctly. Well, Mr. Holmes?
When you sentenced him, he swore to kill you.
Did he? Well, what of it? They all do. Routine.
Well, he's just escaped from prison and has learned your address.
Nonsense. Bluff. Sheer bluff. Yes, Middleman?
They all bluff, young man. I wouldn't sleep a wink if I believed everything they swore to do to the judge.
Sleep like tops, the two of us. In bed at 10 and up at 6.
This man represents a very real threat, sir.
That's all. Court adjourned. Sine die. And that, gentlemen, means postponed indefinitely.
Do forgive us our little whimsy, gentlemen. A hobby, you know.
They're our children, really. We have no others, you see.
It's a delightful hobby, Mrs. Westlake.
About this man Carson, sir. With your permission, I'd like to place a guard in the house. Until we apprehend him, of course.
Oh, dear me, no. Tumbling heaven knows what all over the place.
I wouldn't hear of it, Inspector. We appreciate it, though.
Speaking as a medical man, sir, knowing this murderer's mentality, I must advise you to...
Sorry, Doctor, but we can't give in to idle threats. Why, we wouldn't have any law if we did.
Won't you gentlemen join us for tea?
Thank you, Mrs. Westlake, but perhaps another time.
No, you mustn't take these things so seriously.
Good day, Mrs. Westlake, and thank you.
Good day, Mr. Holmes. Do come again sometime. You must see our Punch and Judy.
With pleasure. All the same, sir, I'm going to station my man outside the house.
Well, all right, but tell them not to step on my petunias.
He says he's got a message for the judge, sir.
I'm Westlake, my man.
Here you are, Governor.
Dear Judge, I'm one of your old court attendants. I'm on me deathbed and I've got to make out me will for me little granddaughter. Will you come and help me and oblige? John Casket, 67 Clifton Road. Ever have a court attendant called John Casket, sir?
Well, it's hard to say. I've had so many court attendants.
Who gave you this note?
Bloke on the street, sir. But he said to tell the judge he was in bed dying.
What do you look like?
How about this hour, sir? Thin face? Seedy looking, if you know what I mean.
That's Carson, all right. What's she pay you?
A couple of bob, sir.
Oh, there you are, sir. Just the sort of thing to send you off on an errand of mercy to your death.
Dear me, I never cease to marvel at the duplicity of human nature.
Can I get the 2 bob, sir?
Oh, yes, yes.
Oh, thank you kindly, Captain.
Well, Holmes, we've got him.
67 Clifton Road.
Yes, Wilkins.
Yes, sir.
Get the men together. We're going to Clifton Road.
Not so fast, Lestrade. This might be a ruse.
Of course it's a ruse.
Of another kind. To get you to abandon the police cordon round the house.
Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, well, if that's his idea, he's in for a surprise. I'm going to keep the cordon here.
Good idea, Lestrade.
Now, don't you worry, sir.
Why, I'm not the least bit alarmed, sir. I'm going to have my tea.
Don't budge from here. If you let anyone in this house, I'll have your skin.
Yes, sir.
Come on. Nab him either way. At Clifton Road or when he tries to break into the judge's house.
Lestrade, who did that messenger describe?
Carson, of course.
And who else?
What do you mean, who else?
Himself. He described himself, Lestrade. Cabby, turn around and go back to the house at once. As fast as you can.
At last, I understood the cause for Holmes' concern. We had gone off and left the killer with the very man he'd sworn to kill. John Carson wasn't the kind of man to miss an opportunity like this. He was there, and we were not. There was nothing left for us to do but hope, and every passing second was against us.
She's coming around, sir.
The maid's all right. This is Wesley. No, not too serious. Only suffering from shock.
It's all right, dear. It's all over now.
Jeremiah, are you all right?
Yes, dear.
Oh, that terrible man. Oh, dear. Our poor children.
I don't think they're damaged, dear.
Sometimes I forget they're not real.
Of course we're real. We're as real as any children. You were right about John Carson, Mr. Holmes. You were very right. You ruined my life.
Not at all, sir. Not at all.
Yes, but I must do something to repay you. I'll teach you to be a puppeteer.
A puppeteer?
Yes, you'll love it. Greatest relaxation in the world. Teaches you to forget men like John Carson. Now, here. You hold the thing like this. Mm-hmm. And with this string, you move a hand. And with this, you move the feet. And you pitch your voice up a little. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Pretty good thinking. Not bad, anyway.